All right, we are coming up on 6 o'clock. A little past it, but when do we actually start on time? So, let's settle in, get comfortable, grab a drink and chair, and settle in with probably a little bit less of a comfy book. Because tonight we're coming up on the climax of Stephen King's The Shining. Welcome back. This is... oh, I stopped counting. But as I looked at the page, we're at about 80% of the way into The Shining, and I think this one has a few... has like a preview chapter for the next book. So, looking forward, so we're at chapter 47 now. There's a fair few chapters left, but some of them come pretty fast and furious as we come through. Oh, hey, wow, a 7-stream streak. Thanks, Star. All right, yeah. So there's an excerpt from Dr. Sleep at about page 730, and then it wraps up by like page 750. So, and we're at page 616. So we've got a fair bit of book ahead of us. But depending on how tonight goes, we either will be just deciding to tough it out and finish tonight, or we'll firmly have one more ahead of us. We'll find out. It's always hard to judge, because I know we've been doing these long unarchived streams for a while, but I still have a hard time figuring out how far we're going to get in any given night. But anyway, despite all of that, we're at a very key part of the book. Evil things are afoot. There are interferences keeping help from arriving. There is help on the way, though. Maybe. But all the while, the hotel has a will of its own and is pushing now to its end goals. It wants Danny. It wants all of them. We'll see to what lengths it's going to go. So, let's shift back over to our reading nook, and let's just dive right in. Because I don't know about you, I am itching to see how this reaches its conclusion, and how that conclusion differs from the film. So, we're starting back up tonight from chapter 47 of The Shining. Danny. It was 3 in the afternoon of a long, long day. They were sitting on the big bed in their quarters. Danny was turning the purple VW model with the monster sticking out of the sunroof over and over in his hands compulsively. They had heard Daddy's batterings at the door all the way across the lobby. The batterings and his voice, hoarse and petulantly angry in a weak king sort of a way. Vomiting promises of punishment, vomiting profanity, promising both of them that they would live to regret betraying him after he had slaved his guts out for them over the years. Danny thought they would no longer be able to hear it upstairs, but the sounds of his rage carried perfectly up the dumbwaiter shaft. Mommy's face was pale, and there were horrible brownish bruises on her neck where Daddy had tried to... He turned the model over and over in his hands. Daddy's prize for having learned his reading lessons. Where Daddy had tried to hug her too tight. Mommy put some of her music on the little record player, scratchy and full of horns and flutes. She smiled at him tiredly. He tried to smile back and failed. Even with the volume turned up loud, he thought he could still hear Daddy screaming at them and battering the pantry door like an animal in a zoo cage. What if Daddy had to go to the bathroom? What would you do then? Danny began to cry. Wendy turned the volume down on the record player at once, held him, rocked him on her lap. Danny, love, it'll be all right. It will. If Mr. Halloran didn't get your message, someone else will.
as soon as the storm's over. No one could get up here until then anyway. Mr. Halloran, or anyone else. When the storm is over, everything will be fine again. We'll leave here, and do you know what we'll do next spring? The three of us?"
Danny shook his head against her breasts. He didn't know. It seemed there could never be spring again.
"We'll go fishing. We'll rent a boat and go fishing. Just like we did last year on Chatterton Lake. You and me and your daddy. And maybe you'll catch a bass for our supper. And maybe we won't catch anything, but we're sure to have a good time. I love you, Mommy," he said, and hugged her. "Oh, Danny, I love you too."
Outside, the wind whooped and screamed. Around 4:30, just as daylight began to fail, the screams ceased. They had both been dozing uneasily, Wendy still holding Danny in her arms, and she didn't wake. But Danny did. Somehow the silence was worse, more ominous than the screams and the blows against the strong pantry door. Was Daddy asleep again? Or dead? Or what? Did he get out? 15 minutes later, the silence was broken by a hard, grating metallic rattle. There was a heavy grinding, then a mechanical humming. Wendy came awake with a cry. The elevator was running again. They listened to it, wide-eyed, hugging each other. It went from floor to floor. The grate rattling back, the brass door slamming open. There was laughter, drunken shouts, occasional screams, and the sounds of breakage. The Overlook was coming to life around them. Chapter 48. Jack. He sat on the floor of the pantry with his legs out in front of him, a box of Triscuit crackers between them, looking at the door. They are the best crackers, by the way. He was eating the crackers one by one, not tasting them, only eating them because he had to eat something. When he got out of here, he was going to need his strength. All of it. At this precise instant, he thought he had never felt quite so miserable in his entire life. His mind and body together made up a large, rich scripture of pain. His head ached terribly. The sick throbs of a hangover. The attendant symptoms were there, too. His mouth tasted like a manure rake had taken a swing through it. His ears rang. His heart had an extra heavy, thudding beat like a tom-tom. In addition, both shoulders ached fiercely from throwing himself against the door, and his throat felt raw and peeled from useless shouting. He had cut his right hand on the door latch. And when he got out of here, he was going to kick some ass. He munched the Triscuits one by one, refusing to give in to his wretched stomach, which wanted to vomit up everything. He thought of the Excedrin in his pocket and decided to wait until his stomach had quieted a bit. No sense swallowing a painkiller if you were going to throw it right back up. Have to use your brain. The celebrated Jack Torrance brain. Aren't you the fellow who once was going to live by his wits? Jack Torrance, best-selling author. Jack Torrance, acclaimed playwright and winner of the New York Critics Circle Award. Jack Torrance, man of letters, esteemed thinker, winner of the Pulitzer Prize at 70 for his trenchant book of memoirs, My Life in the 20th Century. All any of that shit boiled down to was living by your wits. Living by your wits is always knowing where the wasps are. He put another Triscuit into his mouth and crunched it up. What it really came down to, he supposed, was their lack of trust in him. Their failure to believe that he knew what was best for them and how to get it. His wife had tried to usurp him, first by fair, sort of, means, then by foul. When her little hints and whining objections had been overturned by his own well-reasoned arguments, she had turned his boy against him, tried to kill him with a bottle, and then had locked him, of all places, in the goddamn fucking pantry. Still, a small interior voice nagged him. Yes, but where did the liquor come from? Isn't that really the central point? You know what happens when you drink. You know it from bitter experience. When you drink, you lose your wits. He hurled the box of Triscuits across the small room. They struck a shelf of canned goods and fell to the floor. He looked at the box and wiped his lips with his hand, and then looked at his watch. It was almost 6:30. He had been in here for hours. His wife had locked him in here, and he'd been here for fucking hours. He could begin to sympathize with his father. The thing he'd never asked himself, Jack realized now, was exactly what had driven his daddy to drink in the first place. And, really, when you came right down to what his old students had been pleased to call the nitty-gritty, had it been the woman he was married to? A milksop sponge of a woman, always dragging silently around the house with an expression of doomed martyrdom on her face. A ball and chain around Daddy's ankle? No, not ball and chain. She had never actively tried to make Daddy a prisoner, the way Wendy had done to him. For Jack's father, it must have been more like the fate of McTeague, the dentist, at the end of Frank Norris's great novel, handcuffed to a dead man in the wasteland. Yes, that was better. Mentally and spiritually dead, his mother had been handcuffed to his father by matrimony. Still, Daddy had tried to do right, as he dragged her rotting corpse through life. He tried to bring the 4 children up to know right from wrong, to understand discipline, and above all, to respect their father. We got some dip in connection. Hang tight. Alright, I think we might be back. Well, they had been ingrates, all of them, himself included. And now he was paying the price. His own son had turned out to be an ingrate too. But there was hope. He would get out of here somehow. He would chastise them both, and harshly. He would set Danny an example, so that the day might come when Danny was grown, a day when Danny would know what to do better than he himself had known. That's a twisting of the old idea of you want your kids to be better than you, but that's not quite the direction you generally want things to go, at least in this specific case. He remembered the Sunday dinner when his father had caned his mother at the table. How horrified he and the others had been. Now he could see how necessary that had been, how his father had been only feigning drunkenness, how his wits had been sharp and alive underneath all along, watching for the slightest sign of disrespect. Oh yeah, we're into it now. Jack crawled after the Triscuits and began to eat them again, sitting by the door she had so treacherously bolted. He wondered exactly what his father had seen, and how he had caught her out by his play-acting. Had she been sneering at him behind her hand, sticking her tongue out, making obscene finger gestures, or only looking at him insolently and arrogantly, convinced that he was too stupidly drunk to see? Whatever it had been, he had caught her at it. He had chastised her sharply, and now, 20 years later, he could finally appreciate Daddy's wisdom. Of course, you could say Daddy had been foolish to marry such a woman, to have handcuffed himself to that corpse in the first place, and a disrespectful corpse at that. But when the young marry in haste, they must repent in leisure. And perhaps Daddy's daddy had married the same type of woman, so that unconsciously Jack's daddy had also married one, as Jack himself had. Except that his wife, instead of being satisfied with the passive role of having wrecked one career and crippled another, had opted for the poisonously active task of trying to destroy his last and best chance to become a member of the Overlook staff, and possibly to rise
all the way to the position of manager in time. She was trying to deny him Danny, and Danny was his ticket of admission. That was foolish, of course. Why would they want the son when they could have the father? But employers often had foolish ideas, and that was the condition that had been made. He wasn't going to be able to reason with her. He could see that now. He tried to reason with her in the Colorado lounge, and she had refused to listen, and hit him over the head with a bottle for his pains. But there would be another time, and soon he would get out of here. He suddenly held his breath and cocked his head. Somewhere, a piano was playing Boogie Woogie, and people were laughing and clapping along. The sound was muffled through the heavy wooden door, but awful. The sound was, "There'll be a hot time in the old town tonight." His hands curled helplessly into fists. He had to restrain himself from battering at the door with them. The party had begun. The liquor would be flowing freely. Somewhere, dancing with someone else would be the girl who had felt so maddeningly nude on her white silk gown. "You'll pay for this!" he howled. "God damn you two! You'll pay! You'll take your goddamn medicine for this, I promise you! You!" Here now," a mild voice said just outside the door. "No need to shout, old fellow. I can hear you perfectly well." Jack lurched to his feet. "Grady, is that you?" "Yes, sir, indeed it is. You appear to have been locked in." "Let me out, Grady, quickly!" "I see you can hardly have taken care of the business we discussed, sir. The correction of your wife and son." "They're the ones who locked me in. Pull the bolt, for God's sake!" "You let them lock you in?" Grady's voice registered well-bred surprise. Oh, yeah, we are having a tough time with the connection tonight. Yes, indeed. Please, come on. Do better. Seriously. We're cresting 3% dropped packets here. Come on. Calm down. Alright, there we go. I think it is back to stable, at least for now. We'll make sure that it catches back up. Yep, YouTube looks good. Alright, I think we're back in action. Alright. "You let them lock you in?" Grady's voice registered well-bred surprise. "Oh dear! A woman half your size and a little boy? Hardly sets you off as being of top managerial timber, does it?" A pulse began to beat in the clock-spring of veins at Jack's right temple. "Let me out, Grady. I'll take care of them." "Will you indeed, sir? I wonder." Well-bred surprise was replaced by well-bred regret. "I'm pained to say that I doubt it. I, and others, have really come to believe that your heart is not in this, sir. That you haven't the belly for it." "I do!" Jack shouted. "I do! I swear it!" "You would bring us your son?" Yes! Your wife would object to that very strongly, Mr. Torrance. And she appears to be somewhat stronger than we had imagined, somewhat more resourceful. She certainly seems to have gotten the better of you," Grady tittered. "Perhaps, Mr. Torrance, we should have been dealing with her all along." "I'll bring him, I swear it," Jack said. His face was against the door now. He was sweating. "She won't object. I swear she won't. She won't be able to." "You would have to kill her, I fear," Grady said coldly. "I'll do
what I have to do. Just let me out.
You'll give your word on it, sir?
Grady persisted. My word, my promise, my sacred vow, whatever in hell you want. If you... There was a flat snap as the bolt was drawn back. The door shivered open a quarter of an inch. Jack's words and breath halted. For a moment, he felt that death itself was outside that door. The feeling passed. He whispered, "Thank you, Grady. I swear you won't regret it. I swear you won't." There was no answer. He became aware that all sounds had stopped, except for the cold swooping of the wind outside. He pushed the pantry door open. The hinges squealed faintly. The kitchen was empty. Grady was gone. Everything was still and frozen beneath the cold white glare of the fluorescent bars. His eyes caught on the large chopping block where the three of them had eaten their meals. Standing on top of it was a martini glass, a fifth of gin, and a plastic dish filled with olives. Leaning against it was one of the roque mallets from the equipment shed. He looked at it for a long time. Then a voice, much deeper and much more powerful than Grady's, spoke from somewhere, everywhere, from inside him. "Keep your promise, Mr. Torrance." "I will," he said. He heard the fawning servility in his own voice, but was unable to control it. "I will!" He walked to the chopping block and put his hand on the handle of the mallet. He hefted it, swung it. It hissed viciously through the air. Jack Torrance began to smile. We're getting into it now. Hey, Wayward Bard, thanks for the lurk. I hope you enjoy the book as we're continuing on. We are getting into the thick of things tonight. And again, the connection is dipping and dropping. Comcast is not having a good week this week. Between being just straight up out on Tuesday and then as bad of a connection as we've had the last 2 days, this is just a chalk this week up to a loss at this rate. Good lord. Alright, I think we're okay. Chapter 49. Halloran, going up the country. It was 1:45 in the afternoon, and according to the snow-clotted signs and the Hertz Buick's odometer, he was less than 3 miles from Estes Park when he finally went off the road. In the hills, the snow was falling faster and more furiously than Halloran had ever seen, which was perhaps not to say a great deal, since Halloran had seen as little snow as he could manage in his lifetime, and the wind was blowing a capricious gale, now from the west, now backing around to the north, sending clouds of powdery snow across his field of vision, making him coldly aware again and again that if he missed a turn, he might well plunge 200 feet off the ground. The electric cartwheeling ass over teapot as it went down, making it worse, was his own amateur status as a winter driver. It scared him to have the yellow center line buried under swirling, drifting snow, and it scared him when the heavy gusts of wind came unimpeded through the notches in the hills and actually made the heavy Buick slew around. It scared him that the road information signs were mostly masked with snow, and you could flip a coin as to whether the road was going to break right or left up ahead in the white drive-in movie screen that he seemed to be driving through. He was scared, all right. He had driven in a cold sweat since climbing into the hills west of Boulder and Lyon, handling the accelerator and brake as if they were Ming vases. between rock and roll tunes on the radio, the disc jockey constantly adjured motorists to stay off the main highways and under no conditions to go into the mountains, because many roads were impassable and all of them were dangerous. Scores of minor accidents had been reported, and 2 serious ones: a party of skiers in a VW microbus and a family that had been bound for Albuquerque through the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. The combined score on both was 4 dead and 5 wounded. So stay off those roads and get into the good music here at KTLK, the jock continued cheerily, and then compounded Halloran's misery by playing Seasons in the Sun, and We Had Joy, We Had Fun, We Had... Terry Jacks gibbered happily, and Halloran snapped the radio off viciously, knowing he would have it back on in 5 minutes. No matter how bad it was better than riding alone through this white madness. Admit it. This here black boy's got at least one long stripe of a yellow. And it runs right up his ebbe back. Wasn't even funny. He could have backed off before he even cleared Boulder if he hadn't been for his compulsion that the boy was in terrible trouble. Even now, a small voice in the back of his skull, more the voice of reason than of cowardice, he thought, was telling him to hole up in an Estes Park, an hotel, for the night and wait for the plows to at least expose the center stripe again. That voice kept reminding him of the jet's shaky landing at Stapleton, of that sinking feeling that it was going to come in nose first, delivering its passengers to the gates of hell rather than Gate 39 Concourse B. But reason would not stand against the compulsion. It had to be today. The snowstorm was his own bad luck. He would have to cope with it. He was afraid that if he didn't, he might have something much worse to cope with in his dreams. The wind gusted again, this time from the northeast. A little English on the ball, if you please, and he was again cut off from the vague shapes of the hill, and even from the embankments on either side of the road. He was driving through white null. And when the high sodium lights of the snowplow loomed out of the soup, bearing down into his horror, he saw that instead of being on one side, the Buick's nose was pointed directly between those headlamps. The plow was being none too choosy about keeping its own side of the road, and Halloran had allowed the Buick to drift. The grinding roar of the plow's diesel engine intruded over the bellow of the wind, and then the sound of its air horn, long, hard, almost deafening. Halloran's testicles turned into 2 small, wrinkled sacks filled with shaved ice. His guts seemed to have been transformed into a large mass of silly putty. Color was materializing out of the white now. Snow-clotted orange. He could see the high cab, even the gesticulating figure of the driver behind the single long wiper blade. He could see the V-shape of the plow's wing blade spewing more snow up onto the road's left-hand embankment like a pallid smoking exhaust. The air horn bellowed indignantly. He squeezed the accelerator like the breast of a much-loved woman, and the Buick scooted forward and toward the right. There was no embankment over here. The plow was headed up instead of down, and had only to push the snow directly over the drop. The drop. Yes. The drop. The wing blades on Halloran's left, fully 4 feet higher than the Electra's roof, flirted by with no more than an inch or 2 to spare, until the plow had actually cleared him. Halloran had thought a crash inevitable. A prayer which was half an inarticulate apology to the boy flitted through his mind like a torn rag. Then the plow was past, its revolving blue lights glinting and flashing in Halloran's rearview mirror. He jockeyed the Buick steering wheel back to the left, but nothing doing. The scoot had turned into a skid, and the Buick was floating dreamily toward the lip of the drop, spuming snow from under its mudguards. He flicked the wheel back the other way in the skid's direction, and the car's front and rear began to swap places. Panicked now, he pumped the brake hard, and then he felt a hard bump in front of him. The road was gone. He was looking into a bottomless chasm of swirling snow and vague greenish-gray pines, far away and far below. I'm going, Holy Mother of Jesus, I'm going off. And that was where the car stopped. Canting forward at a 30-degree angle, the left fender jammed against a guardrail, the rear wheels nearly off the ground. When Halloran tried to reverse, the wheels only spun helplessly. His heart was doing a Gene Krupa drum roll. He got out. Very carefully, he got out and went around to the Buick's back deck. He was standing there looking at the back wheels helplessly when a cheerful voice behind him said, "Hello there, fella. You must be shit right out your mind." He turned around and saw the plow, 40 yards further down the road, obscured in the blowing snow, except for the raftered dark brown streak of its exhaust and the revolving blue lights on top. The driver was standing just behind him, dressed in a long sheepskin coat and a slicker over it. A blue and white pinstriped engineer's cap was perched on his head, and Halloran could hardly believe it was staying on in the teeth of the wind. Glue. Show God. Must be glue. Ah, he said, "Can you pull me back on the road?" "Oh, I guess I could," the plow driver said. "What the hell are you doing way up here, mister? Good way to kill your ass." "Urgent business. Nothing is that urgent," the plow driver said slowly and kindly, as if speaking to a mental defective. "If you'd have hit that post a little mite harder, nobody would have got you out until all Fool's Day. Don't come from these parts, do you?" "No, I wouldn't be here unless my business was as urgent as I say." "That's so." The driver shifted his stance companionably, as if he were having a desultory chat on the back steps instead of standing in a blizzard halfway between hoot and holler. With Halloran's car balanced 300 feet above the tops of the trees below. "Where you headed? Estes?" "Nah, a place called the Overlook Hotel," Halloran said. "It's a little way above Sidewinder." The driver was shaking his head dolefully. "I guess I know well enough where that is," he said. "Mister, you'll never get up to the old Overlook. Roads between S Park and Sidewinder's bloody damn hell. It's drifting in right behind us no matter how hard we push. I come through drifts a few miles back that was damn near 6 feet through the middle. And even if you could make Sidewinder, why, the road's closed from there all the way to Buckland, Utah. Nope. And he shook his head. "Never make it, mister. Never make it at all." "I have to try," Halloran said, calling on his last reserves of patience to keep his voice normal. "There's a boy up there." "Boy? No, the Overlook closes down at the last end of September. No percentage keeping it open longer. Too many shitstones like this. He's the son of the caretaker. He's in trouble." "How would you know that?" His patient snapped. "For Christ's sake, you're going to stand there and flap your jaw at me the rest of the day? I know! Now, are you going to pull me back on the road or not?" "Kind of testy, ain't you?" the driver observed, not particularly perturbed. "Sure. Get back in there. I got a chain behind the seat." Halloran got back behind the wheel, beginning to shake with delayed reaction now. His hands were numbed, almost clear through. He had forgotten to bring gloves. The plow backed up to the rear of the Buick, and he saw the driver get out with a long coil of chain. Halloran opened the door and shouted, "What can I do to help?" "Stay out the way is all," the driver shouted back. "This ain't gonna take a blink." Which was true. A shudder ran through the Buick's frame as the chain pulled tight, and a second later, it was back on the road, pointed more or less toward S Park. The plow driver walked up beside the window and knocked on the safety glass. Halloran rolled down the window. "Thanks," he said. I'm sorry I shouted at you." "I've been shouted at before," the driver said with a grin. "I guess you're sort of strung up. You take these." A pair of bulky blue mittens dropped into Halloran's lap. "You'll need them when you go off the road again, I guess. Cold out. You wear them, unless you want to spend the rest of your life picking your nose with a crocheting hook. And you send them back,
My wife knitted them, and I'm partial to them. Name and address is sewed right into the linen. I'm Howard Cottrell, by the way. You just send them back when you don't need them anymore. I don't want to have to go pay no postage, do mine. All right, Howard said. Thanks. One hell of a lot. You be careful. I'd take you myself, but I'm busy as a cat in a mess of guitar strings. That's okay. Thanks again. He started up the window, but Cottrell stopped him. When you get to Sidewinder, if you get to Sidewinder, you go to Durkin's Conoco. It's right next to the library. Can't miss it. You ask for Larry Durkin. You tell him Howard Cottrell sent you, and you want to rent one of his snowmobiles. You mention my name and show those mittens. You'll get the cut rate. Thanks again, Halloran said. Cottrell nodded. It's funny. Ain't no way you can know someone's in trouble up there at the Overlook. The phone's out, sure as hell. But I believe you. Sometimes I get feelings. Halloran nodded. Sometimes I do too. Yeah, I know you do. But you take care. I will. Cottrell disappeared into the blowing dimness with a final wave, the engineer cap still mounted perkily on his head. Halloran got going again, the chains flailing at the snow cover on the road. Finally, digging in enough to start the Buick moving. Behind him, Howard Cottrell gave him a final good luck blast on his plow's air horn. Though it was really unnecessary, Halloran could feel him wishing him good luck. That's 2 shines in one day, he thought. And that ought to be some kind of a good omen, but he distrusted omens, good or bad. And meeting 2 people with the shine in one day, when he usually didn't run across more than 4 or 5 in the course of a year, might not mean anything. That feeling of finality, a feeling like things are all ramped up, you could not completely define, was still very much with him. It was the Buick wanted to skid sideways around a tight curve, and Halloran jockeyed it carefully, hardly daring to breathe. He turned on the radio again, and it was Aretha. And Aretha was just fine. He'd share Hertz Buick with her any day. Another gust of wind struck the car, making it rock and slip around. Halloran cursed it and hunched more closely over the wheel. Aretha finished her song, and then the jock was on again, telling him that driving today was a good way to get killed. Halloran snapped the radio off. I don't know about you guys, but I, for one, do have nightmares of car going out of control and going off the side of a mountain. That is certainly one way to wake up in cold chills. It's kind of the special brand of falling dreams that I think everyone has. He did make it to Sidewinder, although he was 4.5 hours on the road between S Park and there. By the time he got to the upland highway, it was full dark, but the snowstorm showed no signs of abating. Twice he'd had to stop in front of drifts that were as high as his car's hood and wait for the plows to come along and knock holes in them. In one of the drifts, the plow had come up on his side of the road, and there had been another close call. The driver had merely swung around his car, not getting out to chew the fat, but he did deliver one of the 2-finger gestures that all Americans above the age of 10 recognize, and it was not the peace sign. Yeah, exactly. Like, if anyone's driven in bad weather, in bad roads, you get certain points where you're just like, ooh, yeah, no, that's nope. This all strikes very close to home. And how he dealt with the skid, I'm like, ooh, that's not how you do that. You don't know how to drive in the snow, Florida boy. Yeah. It seemed that as he drew closer to the Overlook, his need to hurry became more and more compulsive. He found himself glancing at his wristwatch almost constantly. The hands seemed to be flying along. 10 minutes after he had turned onto the upland, he passed 2 signs. The whooping wind had cleared both of the snowpack, and he was able to read them. Sidewinder, 10. The first said, the second, road closed, 12 miles ahead during winter months. Larry Durkin, Halloran muttered to himself. His dark face was strained and tense in the muted green glow of the dashboard instruments. It was
6:10. Mechanical by the library. Larry. That was when it struck him full force. The smell of oranges and the thought force heavy and hateful and murderous, and holy moly, this one is a string of landmines. Holy cow. Whew. Okay, so I don't even know how to approach this, because this even, wow. Huh. That's, Well, it's on screen, so if you care to read, I'll leave that one to you for a moment, because, yikes. There's not a whole lot that will deter me from reading. Generally, it's very explicit slurs, of which I can count, 4 or 5 on this, at least. I don't even know if there's a good way to diffuse this one. So, let's just suffice it to say that we're reading this next passage to ourselves. I'll highlight it here. And give it a moment. Let that sink in. Okay, so, yeah, I don't often skip passages, but that one gets a skip. So, let it suffice to say that the malevolence of the Overlook does not want Halloran there, and is threatening him away in a very clannish manner. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. Evil is always racist as shit in his work, and you know what? Racist as shit is always evil. It's funny how that works. It's a mathematical equation, an equivalency. Not all evil is racist, but all racist is evil, sort of thing. Circles and or squares and rectangles. Anyway, don't be racist. Lesson over. The more you know. Da, 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 da. Alright. Halloran screamed in the close confines of the car. The message did not come to him in words, but in a series of rebus-like images that were slammed into his head with terrific force. He took his hands from the steering wheel to blot the pictures out. Then, the car smashed broadside into one of the embankments, rebounded, slewed halfway around, and came to a stop. The rear wheels spun uselessly. Halloran snapped the gear shift into park, and then covered his face with his hands. He did not precisely cry. What escaped him was an uneven sound. His chest heaved. He knew that if that blast had taken him on a stretch of road with a drop-off on one side or the other, he might well be dead now. Maybe that had been the idea. And it might hit him again at any time. He would have to protect against it. He was surrounded by a red force of immense power that might have been memory. He was drowning in instinct. He took his hands away from his face and leaned and opened his eyes cautiously. Nothing. If there was something trying to scare him again, it wasn't getting through. He was closed off. That happened to the boy. Dear God, that happened to the little boy? And of all the images, the one that bothered him the most was that dull sound, like a hammer splattering into thick cheese. What did that mean? Jesus, not that little boy. Jesus, please. He dropped the gear shift lever into low range and fed the engine gas a little at a time. The wheels spun, and caught again. The Buick began to move, its headlights cutting weakly through the swirling snow. He looked at his watch. Almost 6:30 now. He was beginning to feel that was very late indeed. Chapter 50. Red Rum. Let's see, this one's 8 pages there. We've got 10 minutes, so we will have to take an ad break partway through this one, but that's not too bad. Wendy Torrance stood indecisive in the middle of the bedroom, looking at her son, who had fallen fast asleep. Half an hour ago, the sounds had ceased. All of them. All at once. The elevator, the party, the sound of room doors opening and closing. Instead of easing her mind, it made the tension that had been building in her even worse. It was like a malefic hush before the storm's final brutal push. But Danny had dozed off almost at once, burst into a light, twitching doze, and in the last 10 minutes or so, a heavier sleep. Even looking directly at him, she could barely see the slow rise and fall of his narrow chest. She wondered when he had last gotten a full night's sleep, one without tormenting dreams or long periods of dark wakefulness, listening to revels that had only become audible and visible to her in the last couple of days as the Overlook's grip on the three of them tightened. Real psychic phenomena or group hypnosis? She didn't know. And didn't think it mattered. What had been happening was just as deadly either way. She looked at Danny and thought, God grant he lie still. That if he was undisturbed, he might sleep the rest of the night through. Whatever talent he had, he was still a small boy, and he needed his rest. It was Jack she had begun to worry about. She grimaced with sudden pain, took her hand away from her mouth, and saw that she had torn off one of her fingernails, and her nails were one thing she'd always tried to keep nice. They weren't long enough to be called hooks, but still nicely shaped, and what are you worrying about your fingernails for? She laughed a little, but it was a shaky sound, without amusement. First, Jack had stopped howling and battering at the door. Then, the party had begun. Or did it ever stop? Did it sometimes just drift into a slightly different angle of time where they weren't meant to hear it? Counterpointed by the crashing, banging elevator, then that had stopped. In that new silence, as Danny had been falling asleep, she had fancied she heard low, conspiratorial voices coming from the kitchen almost directly below them. At first she had dismissed it as the wind, which could mimic many different human vocal ranges, from a papery deathbed whisper around the doors and window frames to a full-out scream around the eaves. The sound of a woman fleeing a murderer in a cheap melodrama. Yet, sitting stiffly beside Danny, the idea that it was indeed voices became more and more convincing. Jack and someone else, discussing his escape from the pantry. Discussing the murder of his wife and son. It would be nothing new inside these walls. Murder had been done here before. She had gone to the heating vent and had placed her ear against it. But at that exact moment, the furnace had come on, and any sound was lost in the rush of warm air coming up from the basement. When the furnace had kicked off again 5 minutes ago, the place was completely silent, except for the wind, the gritty spatter of snow against the building, and the occasional groan of a board. She looked down at her ripped fingernail. Small beads of blood were oozing up from beneath it. Jack's gotten out. Don't talk nonsense. Yes, he's out. He's gotten a knife from the kitchen, or maybe the meat cleaver. He's on his way up here right now, walking along the sides of the riser so the stairs won't creak. You're insane! Her lips were trembling, and for a moment it seemed that she must have cried the words out loud, but the silence held. She felt watched. She whirled around and stared at the night-blackened window, and a hideous white face with circles of darkness for eyes was gibbering in at her. The face of a monstrous lunatic that had been hiding in these groaning walls all along. It was only a pattern of frost
on the outside of the glass.
She let her breath out in a long, susurrating whisper of fear, and it seemed to her that she heard, quite clearly this time, amused titters from somewhere.
You're jumping at shadows. It's bad enough without that. By tomorrow morning, you'll be ready for the rubber room.
There was only one way to allay those fears, and she knew what it was. She would have to go down and make sure Jack was still in the pantry. Very simple. Go downstairs, have a peek, come back up. Oh, by the way, stop and grab the tray on the registration counter. The omelet would be a washout, but the soup could be reheated on the hot plate by Jack's typewriter.
Oh, yes, and don't get killed if he's down there with a knife.
She walked to the dresser, trying to shake off the mantle of fear that lay on her. Scattered around the dresser's top was a pile of change, a stack of gasoline chits for the hotel truck, the 2 gas pipes brought with him everywhere but rarely smoked. The 2 pipes Jack brought everywhere. Wow, why can I not get that through? The 2 pipes Jack brought with him everywhere but rarely smoked, and his keyring. She picked it up, held it in her hand for a moment, and then put it back down. The idea of locking the bedroom door behind her hadn't occurred, but it just didn't appeal. Danny was asleep. Vague thoughts of fire passed through her mind, and something else nibbled more strongly, but she let it go. Wendy crossed the room, stood indecisively by the door for a moment, then took the knife from the pocket of her robe and curled her right hand around the wooden haft. She pulled the door open. The short corridor leading to their quarters was bare. The electric wall flambeaux all shone brightly at their regular intervals, showing off the rug's blue background and sinuous weaving pattern.
See? No boogies here. No, of course not. They want you out. They want you to do something silly and womanish. And that's exactly what you are doing.
She hesitated again, miserably caught, not wanting to leave Danny in the safety of the apartment, and at the same time needing badly to reassure herself that Jack was still safely packed away.
Of course he is, but the voices, there were no voices. It was your imagination. It was the wind. It wasn't the wind.
The sound of her own voice made her jump, but the deadly certainty in it made her go forward. The knife swung by her side, catching angles of light and throwing them on the silk wallpaper. Her slippers whispered against the carpet's nap. Her nerves were singing like wires. She reached the corner of the main corridor and peered around. Her mind stiffened for whatever she might see there. There was nothing to see. After a moment's hesitation, she rounded the corner and began down the main corridor. Each step toward the shadowy stairwell increased her dread and made her aware that she was leaving her sleeping son behind, alone and unprotected. The sound of her slippers against the carpet seemed louder and louder in her ear. Twice she looked back over her shoulder to convince herself that something wasn't creeping up behind her. All right, and before things get too tense here, as we're about to come up on the turn of the page, this is about as good a break as we're going to get. We've got ad breaks scheduled for in the next minute and a half or so. So let's go ahead and fire those off now. We'll take our short break to make sure the pre-roll stays off, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes to continue Wendy's fraught flight through the abandoned hallways of the Overlook Hotel. All right, be back in just a bit. Thanks, guys. All right, we are back. I had to play bartender for a moment, so just let me update this real quick. It's been a little bit since I had a proper mixed drink, so... Something about a Manhattan. A nice and simple. Just a little bit of bourbon, some sweet vermouth, and a little bit of dash bitters. You are in for a good night with one of these. Might have gone heavy on the bitters, but you know what? Mango bitters just are right. All right, so let's continue. We're at the next page. She reached the stairwell and put her hand on the cold newel post at the top of the railing. There were 19 wide steps down to the lobby. She had counted them enough times to know 19 carpeted stair risers, and nary a Jack crouching on any one of them. Of course not. Jack was locked in the pantry behind a hefty steel bolt and a thick wooden door. 19 steps. They must have some pretty high ceilings, because usually you're looking at about 13 to 15 stairs per flight. And if they're big hotel steps, yeah, that's probably like almost double height. But the lobby was dark, and oh so full of shadows. Her pulse thudded steadily and deeply in her throat. Ahead, and slightly to the left, the brass yaw of the elevator stood mockingly open, inviting her to step in and take the ride of her life. No, thank you. The inside of the car had been draped with pink and white crepe streamers. Confetti had burst from 2 tubular party favors. Lying in the rear left corner was an empty bottle of champagne. She sensed movement above her, and wheeled to look up the 19 steps leading to the dark second-floor landing and saw nothing. Yet there was a disturbing corner of the eye sensation that things had leaped back into the deeper darkness of the hallway up there just before her eyes could register them. She looked down the stairs again. Her right hand was sweating against the wooden handle of the knife. She switched it to her left, wiped her right palm against the pink terry cloth of her robe, and switched the knife back. Almost unaware that her mind had given her body the command to go forward, she began down the stairs. Left foot, then right, left foot, then right, her free hand trailing lightly on the banister. "Where's the party? Don't let me scare you away, you bunch of moldy sheets. Not one scared woman with a knife. Let's have a little music around here. Let's heave a little life." 10 steps down. A dozen. A baker's dozen. The light from the first floor hall filtered a dull yellow down here, and she remembered that she would have to turn on the lobby lights, either beside the entrance to the dining room or inside the manager's office. Yet, there was light coming from somewhere else, white and muted. The fluorescents, of course, in the kitchen. She paused on the 13th step, trying to remember if she had turned them off or left them on when she and Danny left. She simply couldn't remember. Below her, in the lobby, high-backed chairs hulked in pools of shadow. The glass in the lobby doors was pressed white with a uniform blanket of drifted snow. Brass studs in the sofa cushions gleamed faintly like cat's eyes. There were 100 places to hide. Her legs stilted with fear, she continued down. Now 17. Now 18. Now 19. "Lobby level, madam. Step out carefully." The ballroom doors were thrown wide, only blackness spilling out. From within came a steady ticking, like a bomb. She stiffened, then remembered the clock on the mantel, the clock under glass. Jack or Danny must have wound it. Or maybe it had wound itself up, like everything else in the Overlook. She turned toward the reception desk, meaning to go through the gate in the manager's office and into the kitchen. Gleaming dull silver, she could see the intended lunch tray. Then the clock began to strike. Little tinkling notes. And he stiffened, her tongue rising to the roof of her mouth. And then she relaxed. It was striking 8, that was all. 8 o'clock. 5, 6, 7... She counted the strokes. It suddenly seemed wrong to move again until the clock had stilled. 8, 9, 10, 11. Suddenly, belatedly, it came to her. She turned back clumsily for the stairs, knowing already that she was too late. But how could she have known? 12. All the lights in the ballroom went on. There was a huge, shrieking flourish of brass. Wendy screamed aloud, the sound of her cry insignificant against the blare issuing from those brazen lungs. "Unmask!" the cry echoed. "Unmask! Unmask!" Then they faded, as if down a long corridor of time, leaving her alone again. No, not alone. She turned, and he was coming for her. It was Jack, and yet not Jack. His eyes were lit with a vacant, murderous glow. His familiar mouth now wore a quivering, joyless grin. He had the roque mallet in one hand. "Thought you'd lock me in? Is that what you thought you'd do?" The mallet whistled through the air. She stepped backward, tripped over a hassock, fell to the lobby rug. "Jack, you bitch," he whispered. "I know what you are." The mallet came down again with a whistling, deadly velocity and buried itself in her soft stomach. She screamed, suddenly submerged in an ocean of pain. Dimly she saw the mallet rebound. It came to her with sudden numbing reality that he meant to beat her to death with the mallet he held in his hands. She tried to cry out to him again, to beg him to stop, for Danny's sake. Her breath had been knocked loose. She could only force out a weak whimper, hardly a sound at all. Now, by Christ," he said, grinning. He kicked the hassock out of his way. "I guess you'll take your medicine now." The mallet whickered down. Wendy rolled to her left, her robe tangling above her knees. Jack's hold on the mallet was jarred loose when it hit the floor. He had to stoop and pick it up. And while he did, she ran for the stairs, the breath at last sobbing back into her. Her stomach was a bruise of throbbing pain. "Bitch," he said through his grin, and began to come after her. "You stinking bitch! I guess you'll get what's coming to you. I guess you will." She heard the mallet whistle through the air, and then agony exploded on her right side as the mallet head took her just below the line of her breasts, breaking 2 ribs. She fell forward on the steps, and new agony ripped as she struck on the wounded side. Yet instinct made her roll over, roll away, and the mallet whizzed past the side of her face, missing by a naked inch. It struck the deep pile of the stair carpeting with a muffled thud. That was when she saw the knife, which had been jarred out of her hand by the fall. It lay glittering on the 4th stair riser. "Bitch," he repeated. The mallet came down. She shoved herself upward, and it landed just below her kneecap. Her lower leg was suddenly on fire. Blood began to trickle down her calf, and then the mallet was coming down again. She jerked her head away from it, and it smashed into the stair riser in the hollow between her neck and shoulder, scraping away the flesh from her ear. He brought the mallet down again, and this time she rolled toward him, down the stairs, inside the arc of his swing. A shriek escaped her as her broken ribs thumped and grated. She struck his shins with her body while he was off balance, and he fell backward with a yell of anger and surprise, his feet jigging to keep their purchase on the stair riser. And then he thumped to the floor. The mallet flying from his hand, he sat up, staring at her for a moment with shocked eyes. "I'll kill you for that," he said. He rolled over and stretched out for the handle of the mallet. Wendy forced herself to her feet. Her left leg sent bolt after bolt of pain all the way up to her hip. Her face was ashy pale, but set. She leaped onto his back as his hand closed over the shaft of the rope mallet.
Oh, dear God!
She screamed to the overlooked shadowy lobby and buried the kitchen knife in his lower back up to the handle. He stiffened beneath her and then shrieked. She thought she had never heard such an awful sound in her whole life. And it was as if the very boards and windows and doors of the hotel had screamed. It seemed to go on and on while he remained bored stiff beneath her weight. They were like a parlor charade of horse and rider, except the back of his red and black checked flannel shirt was growing redder, sodden with spreading blood. Then he collapsed forward on his face, bucking her off on her hurt side, making her groan. She lay breathing harshly for a time, unable to move. She was an excruciating throb of pain from one end to the other. Every time she inhaled, something stabbed viciously at her, and her neck was wet with blood from her grazed ear. There was only the sound of her struggle to breathe, the wind, and the ticking clock in the ballroom. At last she forced herself to her feet and hobbled across to the stairway. When she got there, she clung to the newel post, head down, waves of faintness washing over her. When it had passed a little, she began to climb, using her unhurt leg and pulling with her arms on the banister. Once, she looked up, expecting to see Danny there, but the stairway was empty.
Thank God! He slipped through it! Thank God! Thank God!
6 steps up, she had to rest, her head down, her blonde hair coiled on and over the banister. Air whistled painfully through her throat, as if it had grown barbs. Her right side was a swollen hot mass.
Come on, Wendy. Come on, old girl. Get a locked door behind you, and then look at the damage. 13 more. 13 more to go. Not so bad. And when you get the upstairs corridor, you can crawl. I give my permission.
She drew in as much breath as her broken ribs would allow and half pulled, half fell up another riser and another. She was on the 9th, almost halfway up, when Jack's voice came from behind and below her. He said thickly, "You bitch, kill me." Terror, as black as midnight, swept through her. She looked over her shoulder and saw Jack getting slowly to his feet. His back was bowed over, and she could see the handle of the kitchen knife sticking out of it. His eyes seemed to have contracted, almost to have lost themselves in the pale, sagging folds of the skin around them. He was grasping the rope mallet loosely in his left hand. The end of it was bloody. A scrap of her pink terry-cloth robe stuck almost in the center. "I'll give you your medicine," he whispered, and began to stagger toward the stairs. Whimpering with fear, she began to pull herself upward again. 10 steps, a dozen, a baker's dozen, but still the first-floor hallway looked as far above her as an unattainable mountain peak. She was panting now, her sides shrieking in protest. Her hair swung wildly back and forth in front of her face. Sweat stung her eyes. The ticking of the domed clock in the ballroom seemed to fill her ears and counterpointing it. Jack's panting, agonized gasps as he began to mount the stairs. Well, that was... I said we were getting the climax of things tonight. This is about as close to the peak as we've gotten so far. We'll have to see if we... well, obviously there's more big events to still happen, but we're in the thick of it now. All right, Chapter 51. Halloran arrives. I have half expected him not to even get there.
Larry Durkin was a tall and skinny man, with a morose face overtopped with a luxuriant mane of red hair. Halloran had caught him just as he was leaving the Conoco station. The morose face buried deeply inside an Army-issue parka. He was reluctant to do any more business that stormy day, no matter how far Halloran had come, and even more reluctant to rent one of his 2 snowmobiles out to this wild-eyed black man who insisted on going up to the old overlook. Among people who had spent most of their lives in the little town of Sidewinder, the hotel had a smelly reputation. Murder had been done up there. A bunch of hoods had run the place for a while, and cutthroat businessmen had run it for a while too. And things had been done up at the old overlook that never made the papers. Because money has a way of talking. The people at Sidewinder had a pretty good idea. Most of the hotel's chambermaids came from here, and chambermaids see a lot. But when Halloran mentioned Howard Cottrell's name and showed Durkin the tag inside one of the blue mittens, the gas station owner thawed. "Sent you here, did he?" Durkin asked, unlocking one of the garage bays and leading Halloran inside. "Good to know the old rip's got some sense left. I thought he was plumb out of it." He flicked a switch, and a bank of very old and very dirty fluorescents buzzed warily into life. "Now what in the tarnal creation would you want up at that place, fella?" Halloran's nerve had begun to crack. The last few miles into Sidewinder had been very bad. Once a gust of wind that must have been tooling along at better than 60 miles an hour had floated the Buick all the way around in a 360-degree turn. There were still miles to travel, with God alone knew what at the other end of them. He was terrified for the boy. Now it was almost 10 minutes to 7, and he had this whole song and dance to go through again. "Somebody is in trouble up there," he said very carefully. "The son of the caretaker." "Who? Torrance's boy? Now what kind of trouble could he be in?" "I don't know," Halloran muttered. He felt sick with the time this was taking. He was speaking with a countryman, and he knew that all countrymen feel a similar need to approach their business obliquely, to smell around its corners and sides before plunging into the middle of dealing. There was no time, because now he was one scared Negro, and if this went on much longer, he just might decide to cut and run. "Look," he said, "please, I need to go up there, and I have to have a snowmobile to get there. I'll pay your price, but for God's sake, let me get on with my business." "All right," Durkin said, unperturbed. "If Howard sent you, that's good enough. You take this Arctic Cat. I'll put 5 gallons of gas in the can. Tank's full. She'll get you up and back down, I guess." "Thank you," Halloran said, not quite steadily. "I'll take $20. That includes the ethyl." Halloran fumbled a 20 out of his wallet and handed it over. Durkin tucked it into one of his shirt pockets with hardly a look. "Guess maybe we better trade jackets too," Durkin said, pulling off his parka. "That overcoat of yours ain't gonna be worth nothing tonight. You trade me back when you return the snow sled." Hey, don't fuss with me," Durkin interrupted, still mildly. "I ain't sending you out to freeze. I only got to walk down 2 blocks and I'm at my own supper table. Give it over." Slightly dazed, Halloran traded his overcoat for Durkin's fur-lined parka. Overhead, the fluorescents buzzed faintly, reminding him of the lights in the Overlook's kitchen. "Torrance's boy," Durkin said, and shook his head. "Good-looking little tyke, ain't he? He and his dad was in here a lot before the snow really flew, driving the hotel truck mostly. Looked to me like the two of them was just about as tight as they can get. That's one little boy that loves his daddy. Hope he's all right." "So do I." Halloran zipped the parka and tied the hood. "Let me help you push that out," Durkin said. They rolled the snowmobile across the oil-stained concrete and toward the garage bay. "You ever drove one of these before?" "No. Well, there's nothing to it. The instructions are pasted there on the dashboard, but all there really is stop and go. The throttle's here, just like a motorcycle throttle. Brake on the other side. Lean with it on the turns. This baby will do 70 on hardpack, but on this powder, you'll get no more than 50, and that's pushing it." Now they were in the service station's snow-filled front lot, and Durkin raised his voice to make himself heard over the battering of the wind. "Stay on the road," he shouted at Halloran's ear. "Keep your eye on the guardrail post and the signs, and you'll be all right, I guess. If you get off the road, you're going to be dead. Understand?" Halloran nodded. "Wait a minute," Durkin told him, and ran back into the garage bay. While he was gone, Halloran turned the key in the ignition and pumped the throttle a little. The snowmobile coughed into a brash, choppy life. Durkin came back with a red and black ski mask. "Put this on under your hood," he shouted. Halloran dragged it on. It was a tight fit, but it cut the last of the numbing wind off from his cheeks and forehead and chin. Durkin leaned close to make himself heard. "I guess you must know about things the same way Howie does sometimes," he said. "It don't matter. Except that place has got a bad reputation around here. I'll give you a rifle if you want it." I don't think it would do any good," Halloran shouted back. "You're the boss. But if you get that boy, you bring him to 16 Peach Lane. The wife will have some soup on." "Okay. Thanks for everything." "You watch out," Griffin yelled. "Stay on the road." Okay, so I do have to make a comment. It is actually fantastic how Halloran, out in the country, is finding just good people. Just good people. Like, this is in the 70s. You would honestly expect a fair bit more open sentiment toward an old black man going through in the middle of nowhere. Like, this is all a much better response from the locals that he's run into so far than could possibly be expected. Even today. For in the 70s? If anything, this is the one part of the book that is straining my suspension of disbelief. In that Halloran hasn't run up against racists. But there are good people everywhere. And maybe it's just the shine going on that's making sure that he's meeting the people that he needs to meet. Alright. Halloran nodded and twisted the throttle slowly. The snowmobile purred forward, the headlamp cutting a clean cone of light through the thickly falling snow. He saw Durkin's upraised hand in the rearview mirror and raised his own in return. Then he nudged the handlebars to the left and was traveling up Main Street. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a good bit of optimism in there. We gotta rely on each other sometimes, and it may be unlikely bedmates that we come up with, but you do what you gotta do, right? Then he nudged the handlebars to the left and was traveling up Main Street, the snowmobile coursing smoothly through the white light thrown by the street lamps. The speedometer stood at 30 miles an hour. It was 10 past 7. At the Overlook, Wendy and Danny were sleeping, and Jack Torrance was discussing matters of life and death with the previous caretaker. 5 blocks up Main, the street lamps ended. For half a mile, there were small houses, all buttoned tightly up against the storm. And then, only wind-howling darkness. In the black again, with no light but the thin spear of the snowmobile's headlamp, terror closed in on him again. A childlike fear, dismal and disheartening. He had never felt so alone. For several minutes, as the fume lights of Sidewinder dwindled away and disappeared in the rear view, the urge to turn around and go back was almost insurmountable. He reflected that, for all of Durkin's concern for Jack Torrance's boy, he had not offered to take the other snowmobile and come with him. That place has got a bad reputation around here. Clenching his teeth, he turned the throttle higher and watched the needle on the speedometer climb past 40 and settle at 45. He seemed to be going horribly fast, and yet he was afraid it wasn't fast enough. At this speed, it would take him almost an hour to get to the Overlook. But at a higher speed, he might not get there at all. He kept his eyes glued to the passing guardrails and the dime-sized reflectors mounted on top of each one. Many of them were buried under drifts. Twice he saw curve signs dangerously late and felt the snowmobile riding up the drifts that masked the drop-off before turning back onto where the road was in the summertime. The odometer counted off the miles at a maddeningly slow clip. 5, 10, finally 15. Even behind the knitted ski mask, his face was beginning to stiffen up and his legs were growing numb.
Guess I'd give $100 for a pair of ski pants. As each mile turned over, his terror grew, as if the place had a poison atmosphere that thickened as you neared it. Had it ever been like this before? He'd never really liked the Overlook. There had been others who shared his feeling, but it had never been like this. He could feel the voice that had almost wrecked him outside of Sidewinder, still trying to get in, to get past his defenses to the soft meat inside. If it had been strong 25 miles back, how much stronger would it be now? He couldn't keep it out entirely. Some of it was slipping through, flooding his brain with sinister subliminal images. More and more he got the image of a badly hurt woman in a bathroom, holding her hands up uselessly to ward off a blow, and he felt more and more that the woman must be... Jesus, watch out! The embankment was looming up ahead of him like a freight train. Wool gathering, he had missed a turn sign. He jerked the snowmobile's steering gear hard right, and it swung around, tilting as it did so. From underneath came the harsh grating sound of the snow tread on rock. He thought the snowmobile was going to dump him, and it did totter on the knife-edge of balance before half driving, half skidding back down to the more or less level surface of the snow-buried road. Then the drop-off was ahead of him, the headlamp showing an abrupt end to the snow cover and darkness beyond that. He turned the snowmobile the other way, a pulse beating sickly in his throat. "Keep it on the road, Dickie, old chum." He forced himself to turn the throttle up another notch. Now, the speedometer needle was pegged just below 50. The wind howled and roared. The headlamp probed the dark. An unknown length of time later, he came around a driftbank curve and saw a glimmering flash of light ahead. Just a glimpse. Then it was blotted out by a rising fold of land. The glimpse was so brief he was persuading himself it had been wishful thinking, when another turn brought it into view again, slightly closer, for another few seconds. There was no question of its reality this time. He had seen it, from just this angle, too many times before. It was the Overlook. There were lights on the first floor, and there were lights on the first floor and lobby levels, it looked like. Some of his terror, the part that had to do with driving off the road or wrecking the snowmobile on an unseen curve, melted entirely away. The snowmobile swept surely into the first half of an S-curve that he now remembered confidently, foot for foot. And that was when the headlamp picked out oh, dear Jesus, God, what is it? In the road ahead of him. Limned in stark blacks and whites, Halloran first thought it was some hideously huge timber wolf that had been driven down from the high country by the storm. Then, as he closed on it, he recognized it, and horror closed his throat. Not a wolf, but a lion. A hedge lion. Its features were a mask of black shadow and powdered snow, its haunches wound tight to spring. And it did spring, snow billowing around its pistoning rear legs in a silent burst of crystal glitter. Halloran screamed and twisted the handlebars hard right, ducking low at the same time. Scratching, ripping pain scrawled itself across his face, his neck, his shoulders. The ski mask was torn open down the back. He was hurled from the snowmobile. He hit the snow, plowed through it, rolled over. He could feel it coming for him. In his nostrils there was a bitter smell of green leaves and holly. Huge hedge paw batted him in the small of the back, and he flew 10 feet through the air, splayed out like a ragdoll. He saw the snowmobile riderless strike the embankment and rear up, its headlamp searching the sky. It fell over with a thump and stalled. Then the hedge lion was on him. There was a crackling, rustling sound. Something raked across the front of the parka, shredding it. It might have been stiff twigs, but Halloran knew it was claws. "You're not there!" Halloran screamed at the circling, snarling hedge lion. "You're not there at all!" He struggled to his feet and made it halfway to the snowmobile before the lion lunged, batting him across the head with a needle-tipped paw. Halloran saw silent, exploding lights. "Not there," he said again. It was a fading mutter. His knees unhinged and dropped him into the snow. He crawled to the snowmobile, the right side of his face a scarf of blood. The lion struck him again, rolling him onto his back like a turtle. It roared playfully. Halloran struggled to reach the snowmobile. What he needed was there. And then the lion was on him again, ripping and clawing. Right at the very, very edge. Almost to where he needed to be, but no, denied by the overlook itself. In those damn topiaries, one more time. Alright. Chapter 52. Wendy and Jack. Wendy risked another glance over her shoulder. Jack was on the 6th riser, clinging to the banister, much as she was doing herself. He was still grinning, and dark blood oozed slowly through the grin and slipped down the line of his jaw. He bared his teeth at her. I'm gonna bash your brains in. Bash them right to fuck in. He struggled up another riser. Panic spurred her, and the ache in her side diminished a little. She pulled herself up as fast as she could, regardless of the pain, yanking convulsively at the banister. She reached the top and threw a glance behind her. He seemed to be gaining strength rather than losing it. He was only 4 risers from the top, measuring the distance with the roque mallet in his left hand as he pulled himself up with his right. Right behind you. He panted through his bloody grin, as if reading her mind. Right behind you now, bitch, with your medicine. She fled stumblingly down the main corridor, hands pressed to her side. The door to one of the rooms jerked open, and a man with a green ghoul mask on popped out. Great party, isn't it? He screamed into her face, and pulled the waxed string of a party favor. There was an echoing bang, and suddenly crepe streamers were drifting all around her. The man in the ghoul mask cackled and slammed back into his room. She fell forward onto the carpet, full length. Her right side seemed to explode with pain, and she fought off the blackness of unconsciousness desperately. Dimly, she could hear the elevator running again. Beneath her splayed fingers, she could see the carpet pattern appeared to move, swaying and twining sinuously. The mallet slammed down behind her, and she threw herself forward, sobbing. Over her shoulder, she saw Jack stumble forward, overbalance, and bring the mallet down just before he crashed to the carpet, expelling a bright splash of blood onto the nap. The mallet head struck her squarely between her shoulder blades, and for a moment the agony was so great that she could only writhe. Hands opening and clenching, something inside her had snapped. She'd heard it clearly. For a few moments she was aware only in a muted, muffled way, as if she were merely observing these things through a cloudy wrapping of gauze. Then, full consciousness came back. Terror and pain with it. Jack was trying to get up so he could finish the job. Wendy tried to stand and found it was impossible. Electric bolts seemed to course up and down her back at the effort. She began to crawl along in a side-stroke motion. Jack was crawling after her, using the roque mallet as a crutch or a cane. She reached the corner and pulled herself around it, using her hands to yank at the angle of the wall. Her terror deepened. She would not have believed that possible, but it was. It was 100 times worse not to be able to see him or know how close he was getting. She tore out fistfuls of the carpet napping, pulling herself along. She was halfway down this short hall before she noticed the bedroom door was standing wide open. Danny, oh Jesus! She forced herself to her knees and then clawed her way to her feet, fingers slipping over the silk wallpaper. Her nails pulled little strips of it loose. She ignored the pain and half walked, half shambled through the doorway as Jack came around the far corner and began to lunge his way down toward the open door, leaning on the roque mallet. She caught the edge of the dresser. held herself against it, and grabbed the doorframe. Jack shouted, "Don't you shut that door! God damn you! Don't you dare shut it!" She slammed it closed and shot the bolt. Her left hand pawed wildly at the junk on the dresser, knocking loose coins onto the floor where they rolled in every direction. Her hand seized the keyring just as the mallet whistled down against the door, making it tremble in its frame. She got the key into the lock on the second stab and twisted it to the right. At the sound of the tumblers falling, Jack screamed. The mallet came down against the door in a volley of booming blows that made her flinch and step back. How could he be doing that with a knife in his back? Where was he finding the strength? She wanted to shrink, "Why aren't you dead?" at the locked door. Instead, she turned around. She and Danny would have to go into the attached bathroom and lock that door too, in case Jack actually could break through the bedroom door. The thought of escaping down the dumbwaiter shaft crossed her mind in a wild burst, and then she rejected it. Danny was small enough to fit into it, but she would be unable to control the rope pull. She would be unable to control the rope pull. He might go crashing all the way to the bathroom, all the way to the bottom. The bathroom it would have to be. And if Jack broke through into there, but she wouldn't allow herself to think of it. "Danny, honey, you'll have to wake up now." But the bed was empty. When he had begun to sleep more soundly, she had thrown the blankets on one of the quilts over him. Now they were thrown back. "I'll get you!" Jack howled. "I'll get both of you!" Every other word was punctuated with a blow from the rogue hammer. Yet Wendy ignored both. All of her attention was focused on that empty bed. "Come out here! Unlock this goddamn door!" "Danny?" she whispered. Of course. When Jack had attacked her, it had come through to him, as violent emotions always seem to. Perhaps he'd even seen the whole thing in a nightmare. He was hiding. She fell clumsily to her knees, enduring another bolt of pain from her swollen and bleeding leg, and looked under the bed. Nothing there but dust balls and Jack's bedroom slippers. Jack screamed her name, and this time, when he swung the mallet, a long splinter of wood thumped from the door and clattered off the hardwood planking. The next blow brought a sickening, splintering crack, the sound of dry kindling under a hatchet. The bloody mallet head, now splintered and gouged in its own right, bashed through the new hole in the door, was withdrawn, and came down again, sending wooden shrapnel flying across the room. Wendy pulled herself to her feet, again using the foot of the bed, and hobbled across the room to the closet. Her broken ribs stabbed at her, making her groan. "Danny?" She brushed the hung garments aside frantically. Some of them slipped their hangers and ballooned gracelessly to the floor. He was not in the closet. She hobbled toward the bathroom, and as she reached the door, she glanced back over her shoulder. The mallet crashed through again, widening the hole, and then a hand appeared, groping for the bolt. She saw with horror that she'd left Jack's keyring dangling from the lock. The hand yanked the bolt back, and as it did so, it struck the bunched keys. They jingled merrily. The hand clutched them victoriously. With a sob, she pushed her way into the bathroom and slammed the door just as the bedroom door burst open, and Jack charged through, bellowing. Wendy ran the bolt and twisted the spring lock, looking around desperately. The bathroom was empty. Danny wasn't here either. And as she caught sight of her own blood-smeared, horrified face in the medicine cabinet mirror, she was glad. She'd never believed that children should be witness to the little quarrels of their parents. And perhaps the thing that was now raving through the bedroom, overturning things and smashing them, would finally collapse before it could go after her son. Perhaps, she thought, it might be possible for her to inflict even more damage on it. Kill it, perhaps. Her eyes skated quickly over the bathroom's machine-processed porcelain surfaces, looking for anything that might serve as a weapon. There was a bar of soap, but even wrapped in a towel, she didn't think it would be lethal enough. Everything was bolted down. God, was there nothing she could do? Beyond the door, The animal sounds of destruction went on and on, accompanied by thick shouts that they would take their medicine and pay for what they'd done to him. He would show them who's boss. They were worthless puppies, the both of them. There was a thump as the record player was overturned. A hollow crash as the second-hand TV's picture tube was smashed. The tinkle of window glass followed by a cold draft under the bathroom door. A dull thud as the mattresses were ripped from the twin beds where they slept together, hip to hip, boomings as Jack struck the walls indiscriminately with the mallet. There's nothing of the real Jack in that howling, maundering, petulant voice, though. It alternately whined in tones of self-pity and rose in lurid screams. It reminded her chillingly of the screams that sometimes rose in the geriatrics ward of the hospital where she'd worked summers as a high school kid. Senile dementia. Jack wasn't out there anymore. She was hearing the lunatic, raving voice of the Overlook itself. The mallet smashed into the bathroom door, knocking out a huge chunk of the thin paneling. Half of a crazed and working face stared in at her. The mouth and cheeks and throat were lathered in blood. The single eye she could see was tiny and piggish and glittering. "Nowhere left to run, you cunt!" It panted at her through its grin. The mallet descended again, knocking the wood splinters into the tub and against the reflecting surface of the medicine cabinet. The medicine cabinet! A desperate, whining noise began to escape her. She whirled, pain temporarily forgotten, and threw the mirror door of the cabinet back. She began to paw through its contents. Behind her, that hoarse voice bellowed, "Here I come now! Here I come now, you pig!" It was demolishing the door in a machine-like frenzy. Bottles and jars fell before her madly searching fingers. Cough syrup, Vaseline, Clairol herbal essence shampoo, hydrogen peroxide, benzocaine. They fell into the sink and shattered. Her hand closed over the dispenser of double-edged razor blades, just as she heard the hand again, fumbling for the bolt in the spring lock. She slipped one of the razor blades out, fumbling at it, her breath coming in harsh little gasps. She had cut the ball of her thumb. She whirled around and slashed at the hand which had turned the lock and was now fumbling for the bolt. Jack screamed. The hand was jerked back. Panting, holding the razor blade between thumb and index finger, she waited for him to try again. He did, and she slashed. He screamed again, trying to grab her hand, and she slashed at him again. The razor blade turned in her hand, cutting her again, and dropped to the floor by the toilet. Wendy slipped another blade out of the dispenser and waited. Movement in the other room. Going away? And a sound coming through the bedroom window. A motor. A high, insectile buzzing sound. A roar of anger from Jack, and then, yes, she was sure of it. He was leaving the caretaker's apartment, plowing through the wreckage and out into the hall. Someone coming? A ranger? Dick Halloran? Oh, God. She muttered brokenly through a mouth that seemed filled with broken sticks and old sawdust. Oh, God! Oh, please! She had to leave. Now! Had to go find her son so they could face the rest of this nightmare side by side. She reached out and fumbled at the bolt. Her arm seemed to stretch for miles. At last, she got it to come free. She pushed the door open, staggered out, and was suddenly overcome by the horrible certainty that Jack had only pretended to leave, that he was lying in wait for her. Wendy looked around. The room was empty. The living room, too, jumbled, broken stuff everywhere. The closet, empty. Then the soft shades of gray began to wash over her, and she fell down on the mattress Jack had ripped from the bed, semi-conscious. All right. Well, that's the climactic scene that that I think everyone knows from the movie, where he's breaking down the door and sticks his head halfway through. We didn't get there's no "here's Jackie." No. This is how it was meant to be. A little bit more offensive and directed as because it's not Jack anymore. It's the spirit of the Overlook, the malevolence of the hotel that is just sock puppeting Jack now. Alright, let's see. We've got about 10 minutes till an ad. We should be able to get through a good chunk of this next chapter. Chapter 53. Halloran Laid Low. Halloran reached the overturned snowmobile just as, a mile and a half away, Wendy was pulling herself around the corner into the short hallway leading to the caretaker's apartment. It's crazy how big the grounds of the hotel are. A mile and a half away, and he's on the front lawn. It wasn't the snowmobile he wanted, but the gas can held onto the back by a pair of elastic straps. His hands, still clad in Howard Cottrell's blue mittens, seized the top strap and pulled it free as the hedge line roared behind him, a sound that seemed to be more in his head than outside of it. A hard, brambly slap to his left leg, making the knee sing with pain as it was driven in a way the joint had never been expected to bend. A groan escaped Halloran's clenched teeth. It would come for the kill any time now, tired of playing with him. He fumbled for the second strap. Sticky blood ran in his eyes. Roll! Slap! That one raked across his buttocks, almost tumbling him over away from the snowmobile again. He held on, no exaggeration, for dear life. Then he had freed the second strap. He clutched the gas can to him as the lion struck again, rolling him over on his back. He saw it again, only a shadow in the darkness and falling snow, as nightmarish as a moving gargoyle. Halloran twisted the can's cap as the moving shadow stalked him, kicking up snow puffs. As it moved in again, the cap spun free, releasing the pungent smell of gasoline. Halloran gained his knees, and as it came at him, low slung and incredibly quick, he splashed it with the gas. There was hissing, spitting sound, and it drew back. Gas! Halloran cried, his voice shrill and breaking. Gonna burn you, baby! Dig on it a while! The lion came at him again, still spitting angrily. Halloran splashed it again, but this time the lion didn't give. It charged ahead. Halloran sensed, rather than saw, its head angling at his face, and he threw himself backward, partially avoiding it. Yet the lion still hit his upper ribcage with a glancing blow, and a flare of pain struck there. Gas gurgled out of the can, which he still held, and doused his right-handed arm, cold as death. Yeah, gas in the winter is incredibly cold because it evaporates really quickly. It's like alcohol. So you get that poured on you, and that's a very fast shortcut to frostbite. Although frostbite is like the last worry that Halloran has right now. Now he lay on his back in a snow angel. To the right of the snowmobile, by about 10 paces, the hissing lion was a bulking presence to his left, closing in again. Halloran thought he could see its tail twitching. He yanked Cottrell's mitten off his right hand, tasting sodden wool and gasoline. He ripped up the hem of the parka and jammed his hand into his pants pocket. Down in there, along with his keys and his change, was a very battered old Zippo lighter. He had bought it in Germany in 1945. Once the hinge had broken, he had returned it to the Zippo factory, and they'd repaired it without charge, just as advertised. A nightmare flood of thoughts, flooding through his mind in a split second. Dear Zippo, my lighter was swallowed by a crocodile, dropped from an airplane, lost in the Pacific Trench, saved me from a kraut bullet in the Battle of the Bulge near Zippo. Bulge. Dear Zippo, if this fucker don't go, that lion is going to rip my head off. The lighter was out. He clicked the hood back, the lion rushing at him, a growl like ripping cloth, his finger flicking the striker wheel. Spark! Flame! My hand!
his gasoline-soaked hand suddenly ablaze, the flames running up the sleeve of the parka. No pain yet. The lion, shying from the torch, suddenly blazing in front of it, a hideous, flickering hedge sculpture with eyes and a mouth, shying away. Too late! Wincing at the pain, Halloran drove his blazing arm into its stiff and scratchy hide. In an instant, the whole creature was in flames, a prancing, writhing pyre on the snow. It bellowed in rage and pain, seeming to chase its flaming tail as it zigzagged away from Halloran. He thrust his own arm deep into the snow, killing the flames, unable to take his eyes from the hedge lion's death agonies for a moment. Then, gasping, he got to his feet. The arm of Durkin's parka was sooty but unburned, and that also described his hand. 30 yards downhill from where he stood, Hedge Lion had turned into a fireball. Sparks flew at the sky and were viciously snatched away by the wind. For a moment, its ribs and skull were etched in orange flame, and then it seemed to collapse, disintegrate, and fall into separate burning piles. Never mind it. Get moving. He picked up the gas can and struggled over to the snowmobile. His consciousness seemed to be flickering in and out, offering him cuttings and snippings of home movies, but never the whole picture. In one of these, he was aware of yanking the snowmobile back onto its tread and then sitting on it, out of breath and incapable of moving for a few moments. In another, he was reattaching the gas can, which was still half full. His head was thumping horribly from the gas fumes, and in reaction to his battle with the hedge lion, he supposed. But he saw by the steaming hole in the snow beside him that he had vomited, but he was unable to remember when. The snowmobile, the engine still warm, fired immediately. He twisted the throttle unevenly and started forward with a series of neck-snapping jerks that made his head ache even more fiercely. At first, the snowmobile wove drunkenly from side to side, but by half standing, to get his face above the windscreen and into the sharp, needling blast of the wind, he drove some of the stupor out of himself. He opened the throttle wider. Where are the rest of the hedge animals? He didn't know, but at least he wouldn't be caught unaware again. The overlook loomed in front of him, the lighted first-floor windows throwing long yellow rectangles onto the snow. The gate at the foot of the drive was locked, and he dismounted after a wary look around, praying he hadn't lost his keys when he pulled his lighter out of his pocket. No, they were still there. He picked through them in the bright light thrown by the snowmobile headlamp. He found the right one and unsnapped the padlock, letting it drop into the snow. At first, he didn't think he was going to be able to move the gate anyway. He pawed frantically at the snow surrounding it, disregarding the throbbing agony in his head and the fear that one of the other lions might be creeping up behind him. He managed to pull it a foot and a half away from the gatepost, squeezed into the gap and pushed. He got it to move another 2 feet, enough room for the snowmobile, and threaded it through. He became aware of movement ahead of him in the dark. The hedge animals, all of them, were clustered at the base of the overlook steps, guarding the way in, the way out. The lions prowled, the dog stood with its front paws on the first step. Halloran opened the throttle wide, and the snowmobile leaped forward, puffing snow up behind it. In the caretaker's apartment, Jack Torrance's head jerked around at the high, wasp-like buzz of the approaching engine and suddenly began to move laboriously toward the hallway again. The bitch wasn't important now. The bitch could wait. Now! It was this dirty Negro's turn. This dirty, interfering Negro with his nose in where it didn't belong. First him, and then his son. He would show them. He would show them that he was of managerial timber. Yeah, here we go again with the evil being racist again. Was able to dodge a couple landmines in that one. Outside, the snowmobile rocketed along faster and faster. The hotel seemed to surge toward it. Snow flew in Halloran's face. The headlamp's oncoming glare spotlighted the head shepherd's face, its blank and socketless eyes. Then it shrank away, leaving an opening.
Halloran yanked at the snowmobile's steering gear with all his remaining strength, and it kicked around in sharp semicircle, throwing up clouds of snow, threatening to tip him over. The rear end struck the foot of the porch steps and rebounded. Halloran was off in a flash, running up the steps. He stumbled, fell, picked himself up. The dog was growling again in his head, close behind him. Something ripped at the shoulder of the parka, and then he was on the porch. Standing in the narrow corridor, Jack had shoveled through the snow, and safe. They were too big to fit in here. He reached the big double doors which gave on the lobby, and dug for his keys again. While he was getting them, he tried the knob, and it turned freely. He pushed his way in. "Danny!" he cried hoarsely. "Danny, where are you?" Silence came back. His eyes traveled across the lobby to the foot of the wide stairs, and a harsh gasp escaped him. The rug was splashed and matted with blood. There was a scrap of pink terrycloth robe. The trail of blood led up the stairs. The banister was also splashed with it. "Oh, Jesus," he muttered, and raised his voice again. "Danny! Danny!" The hotel's silence seemed to mock him, with echoes which were almost there, sly and oblique. "Danny? Who's Danny? Anybody here know a Danny? 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 Who's got the Danny? Anybody for a game of spin the Danny? Pin the tail on the Danny? Get out of here, black boy. No one here knows Danny from Adam." Jesus. Had he come through everything just to be too late? Had it been done? He ran up the stairs 2 at a time and stood at the top of the first floor. The blood led down toward the caretaker's apartment. Horror crept softly into his veins, into his brain, as he began to walk toward the short hall. The hedge animals had been bad, but this was worse. In his heart, he was already sure of what he was going to find when he got down there. He was in no hurry to see it. Jack had been hiding in the elevator when Halloran came up the stairs. Now, he crept up behind the figure in the snow-coated parka, a blood and gore-streaked phantom with a smile upon its face. The roque mallet was lifted as high as the ugly, ripping pain in his back. Did the bitch stick me? Can't remember. Would allow. "Black boy," he whispered, "I'll teach you to go sticking your nose in other people's business." Halloran heard the whisper and began to turn, to duck, and the roque mallet whistled down. The hood of the parka matted the blow, but not enough. A rocket exploded in his head, leaving a contrail of stars, and then nothing. He staggered against the silk wallpaper, and Jack hit him again, the roque mallet slicing sideways this time, shattering Halloran's cheekbone and most of his teeth on the left side of his jaw. He went down limply. Jack whispered, "Oh, by Christ." Where was Danny? He had business with his trespassing son. 3 minutes later, the elevator door banged open on the shadowed 3rd floor. Jack Torrance was in it alone. The car had stopped only halfway into the doorway, and he had to boost himself up onto the hall floor, wriggling painfully like a crippled thing. He dragged the splintered roque mallet after him. Outside the eaves, the wind howled and roared. Jack's eyes rolled wildly in their sockets. There was blood and confetti in his hair. His son was up there. Somewhere. He could feel it. Left to his own devices, he might do anything. Scribble on the expensive silk wallpaper with his crayons, deface the furnishings, break the windows. He was a liar and a cheat. He would have to be chastised. Harshly. Jack Torrance struggled to his feet. "Danny," he called. "Danny, come here a minute, will you? You've done something wrong. I don't want you to come and take your medicine like a man. Danny. Danny!" All right, that brings us to the end of chapter 53. And
likely the end of Halloran. So the cavalry is not seemingly going to make it. At least, we're left with a question of maybe. So, we've got ads already due. I had to snooze that one, but I really wanted to hit the end of that chapter. So, let's go ahead and take a short break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes to see. Oh, well, we're nearing the end of this. It's coming fast and hard at this point. So, we'll be back in just a little bit to continue the conclusion of The Shining.
All right, we are back. All right, we just have a few chapters left. And so far, it's looking like all of them are going to be rather action-packed. So, hang tight. We're in for a ride. Chapter 54. Tony. Danny. Darkness and hallways. He was wandering through darkness and hallways that were like those which lay within the body of the hotel, but were somehow different. The silk-papered walls stretched up and up, and even when he craned his neck, Danny could not see the ceiling. He was lost in dimness. All the doors were locked, and they also rose up to dimness. Below the peepholes in these giant doors, they were the size of gaslights. Tiny skulls and crossbones had been bolted to each door instead of room numbers. And somewhere, Tony was calling him, Danny. There was a pounding noise, one he knew well, and hoarse shouts faint with distance. He could not make out word for word, but he knew the text well enough by now. He had heard it before, in dreams and awake. He paused. A little boy, not yet 3 years out of diapers, and tried to decide where he was, where he might be. There was fear, but it was fear he could live with. He'd been afraid every day for 2 months now, to a degree that ranged from dull disquiet to outright mind-bending terror. This he could live with. But he wanted to know why Tony had come, why he was making the sound of his name in this hall that was neither a part of real things nor of the dreamland, where Tony sometimes showed him things. Why? Where? Danny. Far down this giant hallway, almost as tiny as Danny himself, was a dark figure. Tony! Where am I? He called softly to Tony. Sleeping, Tony said. Sleeping in your mommy and daddy's bedroom. There was sadness in Tony's voice. Danny, Tony said, your mother is going to be badly hurt. Perhaps killed. Mr. Halloran, too. No! He cried it out in distant grief, a terror that seemed damped by these dreamy, dreary surroundings. Nonetheless, death images came to him. Dead frog plastered to the turnpike like a grisly stamp. Daddy's broken watch lying on top of a box of junk to be thrown out. Gravestones with a dead person under every one. Dead Jay by the telephone pole. The old junk, the cold junk Mommy scraped off the plates and down the dark maw of the garbage disposal. Yet, he could not equate these simple symbols with the shifting and complex reality of his mother. She satisfied his childish definition of eternity. She had been when he was not. She would continue to be when he was not again. He could accept the possibility of his own death, but he had dealt with that since the encounter in room 217. Not hers. Not Daddy's. Not ever. He began to struggle, and the darkness in the hallway began to waver. Tony's form became chimerical, indistinct. Don't! Tony called. Danny, don't do that. She's not going to be dead. She's not! Then you have to help her, Danny. You're in a place deep down in your own mind. A place where I am. I'm a part of you, Danny. You're Tony! You're not me! I want my mommy! I want my mommy! I didn't bring you here, Danny. You brought yourself. Because you knew. No! You've always known. Tony continued, and he began to walk closer. For the first time, Tony began to walk closer. You're deep down in yourself, in a place where nothing comes through. We're alone here for a little while, Danny. This is an overlook where no one can ever come.
No clocks work here. None of the keys fit them, and they can never be wound up. The doors have never been opened, and no one has ever stayed in the rooms. But you can't stay long, because it's coming. Danny whispered fearfully. And as he did so, the irregular pounding noise seemed to grow closer, louder. His terror, cool and distant a moment ago, became a more immediate thing. Now, the words could be made out. Hoarse, huckstering. They were uttered in a coarse imitation of his father's voice, but it wasn't Daddy. He knew that now. He knew! You brought yourself, because you knew. Oh, Tony, is it my daddy? Danny screamed. Is it my daddy that's coming to get me? Tony didn't answer. But Danny didn't need an answer. He knew. A long and nightmarish masquerade party went on here, and had gone on for years. Little by little, a force had accrued, as secret and silent as interest in a bank account. Force, presence, shape, they were all only words, and none of them mattered. It wore many masks, but it was all one now. Now, somewhere, it was coming for him. It was hiding behind Daddy's face. It was imitating Daddy's voice. It was wearing Daddy's clothes. But it was not his Daddy. It was not his Daddy. I've got to help them, he cried. And now Tony stood directly in front of him. And looking at Tony was like looking into a magic mirror and seeing himself in 10 years. The eyes widely spaced and very dark. The chin firm, the mouth handsomely molded. The hair was light blonde like his mother's, and yet the stamp on his features was that of his father. As if Tony, as if Daniel Anthony Torrance, that would someday be, was a halfling caught between father and son, a ghost of both, a fusion. You have to try to help, Tony said. But your father, he's with the hotel now, Danny. It's where he wants to be. It wants you too, because it's very greedy. Tony walked past him into the shadows. Wait, Danny cried. What can I? He's close now, Tony said, still walking away. You'll have to run. Hide. Keep away from him. Keep away. Tony, I can't. But you've already started, Tony said. You will remember what your father forgot. He was gone. And from somewhere near, his father's voice came, coldly wheedling. Danny, you can come out, Doc. Just a little spanking, that's all. Take it like a man, it will all be all over. We don't need her, Doc. Just you and me, right? When we get this little spanking behind us, it will be just you and me. Danny ran. Behind him, the thing's temper broke through the shambling charade of normality. Come here, you little shit! Right now! Down a long hall, panting and gasping around a corner, up a flight of stairs, and as he went, the walls that had been so high and remote began to come down. The rug, which had only been a blur beneath his feet, took on the familiar black and blue pattern, sinuously woven together. Doors became numbered again behind them. The parties that were all one went on and on, populated by generations of guests. The air seemed to be shimmering around him. The blows of the mallet against the walls echoing and re-echoing. He seemed to be bursting through some thin placental womb from sleep to... The rug outside the presidential suite on the 3rd floor. Lying near him, in a bloody heap, were the bodies of 2 men, dressed in suits and narrow ties. They had been taken out by shotgun blasts, and now they began to stir in front of him and get up. He drew in a breath to scream, but didn't. Whole faces, not real! They faded before his gaze like old photographs and were gone. But below him, the faint sound of the mallet
against the walls went on and on, drifting up through the elevator shaft and the stairwell, the controlling force of the Overlook in the shape of his father, blundering around on the first floor. A door opened, and a thin, screeing sound behind him. A decayed woman in a rotten silk gown pranced out, her yellowed and splitting fingers dressed with verdigris-caked rings. Heavy-bodied wasps crawled sluggishly over her face. "Come in," she whispered to him, grinning with black lips. "Come in, and we will dance the tango." "False face!" he hissed. "Not real!" She drew back from him in alarm, and in the act of drawing back, she faded and was gone. "Who are you?" it screamed, but the voice was still only in his head. He could still hear the thing that was wearing Jack's face down on the first floor, and something else. The high, whining sound of an approaching motor. Danny's breath stopped in his throat with a little gasp. Was it just another face at the hotel? Another illusion? Or was it Dick? He wanted desperately to believe it was Dick, but he didn't dare take the chance. He retreated down the main corridor, and then took one of the offshoots, his feet whispering on the nap of the carpet. Locked doors frowned down at him as they had done in the dreams, the visions, only now he was in the world of real things, where the game was played for keeps. He turned to the right and came to a halt, his heart thudding heavily in his chest. Heat was blowing around his ankles. From the registers, of course, this must have been Daddy's day to heat the West Wing, and you will remember what your father forgot. What was it? He almost knew. Something that might save him and Mommy. But Tony had said he would have to do it himself. What was it? He sank down against the wall, trying desperately to think. It was so hard. The hotel kept trying to get into his head. The image of that dark and slumped form swinging the mallet from side to side, gouging the wallpaper, sending out puffs of plaster dust. "Help me," he muttered. "Tony, help me." And suddenly, he became aware that the hotel had grown deathly silent. The whining sound of the motor had stopped. Must not have been real. And the sounds of the party had stopped, and there was only the wind, whooping endlessly. The elevator whirred into sudden life. It was coming up. And Danny knew what was in it. He bolted to his feet, his eyes staring wildly. Panic clutched around his heart. Why had Tony sent him to the 3rd floor? He was trapped up here. All the doors were locked. The attic! There was an attic. He knew. He had come up here with Daddy the day he had salted the rat traps around up there. He hadn't allowed Danny to come up with him because of the rats. He was afraid Danny might be bitten. But the trap door, which led to the attic, was set into the ceiling of the last short corridor in this wing. There was a pole leaning against the wall. Daddy had pushed the trapdoor open with the pole. There had been a ratcheting whir of counterweights as the door went up, and the ladder had swung down. If he could get up there and pull the ladder after him. Somewhere, in the maze of corridors behind him, the elevator came to a stop. There was a metallic, rattling crash as the gate was thrown back, and then a voice, not in his head now, but terribly real, called out, "Danny, Danny, come here a minute, will you? You've done something wrong, and I want you to come and take your medicine like a man. Danny, Danny!" Obedience was so strongly ingrained in him that he actually took 2 automatic steps toward the sound of that voice before stopping. His hands curled into fists at his side. "Not real! False face! I know what you are! Take off your mask!" "Danny!" it roared. "Come here, you pup! Come here and take it like a man!" A loud, hollow boom as the mallet struck the wall, and the voice roared out his name again. It had changed location. It had come closer. In the world of real things, the hunt was beginning. Danny ran, feet silent on the heavy carpet. He ran past closed doors, past the silk-figured wallpaper, past the fire extinguisher bolted to the corner of the wall. He hesitated, and then plunged down the final corridor. Nothing at the end but a bolted door, and nowhere left to run. But the pole was still there, still leaning against the wall where Daddy had left it. Danny snatched it up. He craned his neck to stare up at the trap door. There was a hook on the end of the pole, and you had to catch it on a ring set into the trap door. You had to... There was a brand new Yale padlock dangling from the trap door. The lock Jack Torrance had slipped around the hasp after laying his traps, just in case his son should take notice. Take the notion into his head and to go exploring up there someday. Locked! Terror swept him. Behind him, it was coming, blundering and staggering past this presidential suite, the mallet whistling viciously through the air. Danny backed up against the last closed door and waited for it. Alright, that brings us to the end of chapter 54. And piece by piece, each remaining, lingering, possible hope of escape is trapped, cut off, snipped away. The attic isn't where he's going to find safety. Not with that padlock on the door. And now he's in a dead end, with the hotel coming for him. But now let's shift positions again, perspectives, because there's more alive still. There's more viewpoints to be had than just Danny's and Jack's. Danny's and the hotels. So here we are. Wendy came, that which was chapter 55, that which was forgotten. Wendy came too, a little at a time. The grayness draining away. Oh, hang on, we're getting some connection issues again. As always, it seems. Hang tight. We had a good stretch. We were down to almost no drop frames for what? It was probably an hour and a half or so. We had a good run, but now it's decided to rear its ugly head again. Alright, back to green on OBS, and we'll see if that holds. I'm not seeing extra drop frames. Usually we do pretty good on these unarchived streams because I don't have DVR turned on, so it's a little bit more resilient. It's not trying to back things up. Alright. Twitch looks good. YouTube looks good. Alright, let's kick back in. Wendy came to a little at a time. The grayness draining away, pain replacing it. Her back, her leg, her side. She didn't think she would be able to move. Even her fingers hurt, and at first, she didn't know why. The razor blade, that's why. Her blonde hair, now dank and matted, hung in her eyes. She brushed it away, and her ribs stabbed inside, making her groan. Now she saw a field of blue and white mattress, spotted with blood. Her blood. Or maybe Jack's. Either way, it was still fresh. She hadn't been out long, and that was important because... Why? Because it was the insectile buzzing sound of the motor that she remembered first. For a moment, she fixed stupidly on the memory. And then, in a single vertiginous... vertiginous? It's vertigo, but... vertiginous? Yeah, vertiginous and nauseating swoop. Her mind seemed to pan back, showing her and everything at once. Halloran! It must have been Halloran! Why else would Jack have left so suddenly without finishing it? Without finishing her? Because he was no longer at leisure. He had to find Danny quickly and do it before Halloran could put a stop to it. Or had it happened already? She could hear the whine of the elevator rising up the shaft. No, God, please, no! The blood's still fresh. Don't let it have happened already. Somehow, she was able to find her feet and stagger through the bedroom and across the ruins of the living room to the shattered front door. She pushed it open and made it out into the hall. "Danny!" she cried, wincing at the pain in her chest. "Mr. Halloran! Is anyone there? Anybody?" The elevator had been running again, and now it came to a stop. She heard the metallic crack of the gate being thrown back, and thought she heard a speaking voice. It might have been her imagination. The wind was too loud to really be able to tell. Leaning against the wall, she made her way up to the corner of the short hallway. She was about to turn the corner when the scream froze her, floating down the stairwell and the elevator shaft. "Danny, come here, you pup! Come here and take it like a man!" Jack, on the second or third floor, looking for Danny. She got around the corner, stumbled, almost fell, her breath caught in her throat. Someone, huddled against the wall about a quarter of the way down from the stairwell. She began to hurry, faster, wincing every time her weight came down on her hurt leg. It was a man, she saw, and as she drew closer, she understood the meaning of that buzzing motor. It was Mr. Halloran. He had come after all. She eased to her knees beside him, offering up an incoherent prayer that he was not dead. His nose was bleeding, and a terrible gout of blood had spilled out of his mouth. The side of his face was a puffed purple bruise, but he was breathing. Thank God for that. It was coming in long, harsh draws that shook his whole frame. Looking at him more closely, Wendy's eyes widened. One arm of the parka he was wearing was blackened and singed. One side of it had been ripped open. There was blood in his hair and a shallow but ugly scratch down the back of his neck. My God, what's happened to him? "Danny!" A hoarse, petulant voice roared above them. "Get out of here, damn it!" There was no time to wonder about it now. She began to shake him, her face twisting at the flare of agony in her ribs. Her side felt hot and massive and swollen. What if they're poking my lung whenever I move? There's no hope for that either. If Jack found Danny, he would kill him, beat him to death with that mallet as he had tried to do with her. So she shook Halloran, and then began to slap the unbruised side of his face lightly. "Wake up," she said. "Mr. Halloran, you've got to wake up, please. Please." From overhead, the restless booming sounds of the mallet as Jack Torrance looked for his son. Danny stood, with his back against the door, looking at the right angle where the hallways joined. The steady, irregular booming sound of the mallet against the walls grew louder. The thing that was after him screamed and howled and cursed. Dream and reality had joined together without a seam. It came around the corner. In a way, what Danny felt was relief. It was not his father.
The mask of face and body had been ripped and shredded and made into a bad joke. It was not his daddy, not this Saturday night shock show horror with its rolling eyes and hunched and hulking shoulders and blood-drenched shirt. It was not his daddy. Oh, God, it breathed. It wiped its lips with a shaking hand. Now, you'll find out who's the boss around here. You'll see. It's not you they want. Me. Me! It slashed out with the scarred hammer, its double head now shapeless and splintered with countless impacts. It struck the wall, cutting a circle in the silk paper. Plastered dust puffed out. It began to grin. Let's see you pull any of your fancy tricks now, it muttered. I was born yesterday, you know. Didn't just fall off the hay truck, by God. I'm gonna do my fatherly duty by you, boy! Danny said, You're not my daddy! It stopped. For a moment, it actually looked uncertain. As if not sure who or what it was. Then it began to walk again. The hammer whistled out, struck a door panel and made it boom hollowly. You're a liar, it said. Oh, that's what I be. I have the 2 birthmarks. I have the cupped navel, even the pecker, my boy. Ask your mother. You're a mask. Just a false face. The only reason the hotel needs to use you is that you aren't as dead as the others. When it's done with you, you won't be anything at all. You don't scare me. I'll scare you, it howled. The mallet whistled fiercely down, smashing into the rug between Danny's feet. Danny didn't flinch. You lied about me! You connived with her! You plotted against me! And you cheated! You copied that final exam! The eyes glared out at him from beneath the furrowed brows. There was an expression of lunatic cunning in them. Find it, too. It's down in the basement somewhere. I'll find it! They promised me I could look all I want. It raised the mallet again. They promise, but they lie. The mallet hesitated at the top of its swing. Halloran had begun to come around, but Danny had stopped patting his cheeks. But Wendy had stopped patting his cheeks. A moment ago, the words, "You cheated, you copied with that final exam," had floated down through the elevator shaft, dim, barely audible over the wind. From somewhere deep in the west wing, she was nearly convinced that they were on the 3rd floor and that Jack, whatever had taken possession of Jack, had found Danny. There's nothing she or Halloran could do now. Oh, Doc, she murmured. Tears blurred her eyes. Son of a bitch broke my jaw, Halloran muttered thickly. My head. He worked to sit up. His right eye was purpling rapidly and swelling shut. Still, he saw Wendy. Miss Torrance. Shh, she said. Where is the boy, Miss Torrance? On the 3rd floor, she said, with his father. They lie, Danny said again. Something had gone through his mind, flashing like a meteor. Too quick, too bright to catch and hold, only the tail of the thought remained. It's down in the basement somewhere. You will remember your father forgot. You shouldn't speak that way to your father, it said hoarsely. The mallet trembled, came down. It'll only make things worse for yourself. Your punishment. Worse! It staggered drunkenly and stared at him with maudlin self-pity that began to turn to hate. The mallet began to rise again. You're not my daddy, Danny told it again. If there's a little bit of my daddy left inside you, he knows they lie here. Everything is a lie and a cheat. The loaded dice my daddy got for my Christmas stocking last Christmas. Like the presents they put in the store windows, and my daddy says there's nothing in them. No presents, they're just empty boxes. It's for show, my daddy says. You're it! Not my daddy, you're the hotel! When you get what you want, you won't give my daddy anything because you're selfish. My daddy knows that. You had to make him drink the bad stuff. That's the only way you could get him, you lying false face! Liar! Liar! The words came in a thin shriek. The mallet wavered wildly in the air. Go on and hit me, but you'll never get what you want from me. The face in front of him changed. It was hard to say how, but there was no melting or merging of the features. The body trembled slightly. Then the bloody hands opened like broken claws. The mallet fell from him and thumped the rug. That was all. But suddenly his daddy was there, looking at him in mortal agony and a sorrow so great that Danny's heart flamed within his chest. The mouth drew down in a quivering bow. Doc, Jack Torrance said, run away, quick. Remember how much I love you. No, he said. Oh, Danny, for God's sake, no, Danny said. He took one of his father's bloody hands and kissed it. It's almost over. Halloran got to his feet by propping his back against the wall and pushing himself up. He and Wendy stared at each other like nightmare survivors from a bombed hospital. "We got to get up there," he said. "We have to help him." Her haunted eyes stared into his from her chalk-pale face. "It's too late," he said. "Now, he can only help himself." A minute passed, then 2, 3, and they heard it above them, screaming, not in anger or triumph now, but in mortal terror. "Dear God," Halloran whispered. "What's happening?" "I don't know," she said. "Has it killed him?" "I don't know." The elevator crashed into life and began to descend with a screaming, raving thing penned up inside. Danny stood without moving. There was no place he could run where the overlook was not. He recognized it suddenly, fully, painlessly, for the first time in his life. He had an adult thought, an adult feeling, the essence of his experience in this bad place, a sorrowful distillation. "Mommy and Daddy can't help me, and I'm alone. Go away," he said to the bloody stranger in front of him. "Go on. Get out of here." It bent over, exposing the knife handle in its back. Its hands closed around the mallet again. And Twitch does not look happy right now. Hang on. It's bitrate. And it's showing red, but we should be good. It just dipped, I guess. Huh. We're not dropping frames. I think we're okay. It bent over, exposing the knife handle in its back. Its hands closed around the mallet again. But instead of aiming at Danny, it reversed the handle, aiming the hard side of the rogue mallet at its own face. Understanding rushed through Danny. "Thanks, Star." Then the mallet began to rise and descend, destroying the last of Jack Torrance's image. The thing in the hall danced an eerie, shuffling polka. The beat counterpointed by the hideous sound of the mallet head striking again and again. Blood spattered across the wallpaper. Shards of bone leaped into the air like broken piano keys. It was impossible to say just how long it went on.
When it turned its attention back to Danny, his father was gone ever. What remained of the face became a strange, shifting composite. Many faces mixed imperfectly into one. Danny saw the woman in 217. The dogman, the hungry boy thing that had been in the concrete ring.
Must stop then, he whispered. No more interruptions.
The mallet rose for the final time. A ticking sound filled Danny's ears.
Anything else to say?
It inquired.
Sure. You would like to run? Game of tag, perhaps? All we have is time, you know. An eternity of time. Shall we end it? Might as well. After all, we're missing the point.
It grinned with broken-toothed greed. And it came to him what his father had forgotten. Sudden triumph filled his face. The thing saw it and hesitated, puzzled.
The boiler! Daddy screamed. It hasn't been dumped since this morning! It's going up! It's going to explode!
An expression of grotesque terror and dawning realization swept across the broken features of the thing in front of him. The mallet dropped from its fisted hands and bounced harmlessly on the black and blue rug.
The boiler! Oh no, that can't be allowed! Certainly not! No! You goddamn little pup! Certainly not! Oh!
It is! And he cried back at it fiercely. He began to shuffle and shake his fists at the ruined thing before him.
Any minute now! I know it! The boiler! Daddy forgot the boiler! And you forgot it too! No! Oh no! It mustn't! It can't! You dirty little boy! I'll make you take your medicine. I'll make you take every drop! Oh no! Oh no!
It suddenly turned tail and began to shamble away. For a moment, its shadow bobbed on the wall, waxing and waning. It trailed cries behind itself like worn-out party streamers. Moments later, the elevator crashed into life. Suddenly, the Shining was on him.
Mommy, Mr. Halloran, Dick, to my friends, together, alive. They're alive. Got to get out. It's going to blow sky high.
Like a fierce and glaring sunrise, he ran. One foot kicked the bloody, misshapen rogue mallet aside. He didn't notice. Crying, he ran for the stairs. They had to get out. Well, I hope we don't have a whole lot more dialogue from the thing, because the choice of voice is going to drain on me very quickly. Alright, chapter 56. The Explosion. Halloran could never be sure of the progression of things after that. He remembered that the elevator had gone down and past them without stopping, and something had been inside, but he made no attempt to try and see in through the small diamond-shaped window, because what was in there did not sound human. A moment later, there were footsteps on the stairs. Wendy Torrance at first shrank back against him, and then began to stumble down the main corridor to the stairs as fast as she could.
Danny, oh, thank God.
She swept him into a hug, groaning with joy as well as her pain. Danny looked at him from his mother's arms, and Halloran saw how the boy had changed. His face was pale and pinched, his eyes dark and fathomless. He looked as if he had lost weight. Looking at the two of them together, Halloran thought it was the mother who looked younger, and in spite of the terrible beating she had taken.
Dick, we have to go. Run. The place, it's going to...
Picture of the Overlook, flames leaping out of its roof, bricks raining down on the snow, clang of fire bells. Not that any fire truck will be able to get up here much before the end of March. Most of all, what came through in Danny's thought was a sense of urgent immediacy. A feeling that it was going to happen at any time. All right, Danny said. He began to move toward the two of them, and at first it was like swimming through deep water. His sense of balance was screwed, and the eye on the right side of his face didn't want to focus. His jaw was sending giant throbbing bursts of pain up to his temple and down his neck, and his cheek felt as large as a cabbage. But the boy's urgency had gotten him going, and it got a little easier.
All right?
Wendy asked. She looked from Halloran to her son, and back to Halloran.
What do you mean, all right?
We have to go, Halloran said.
I'm not dressed. My clothes.
Danny darted out of her arms and then raced down the corridor. She looked at him, and as he vanished around the corridor, back at Halloran,
What if he comes back?
Your husband?
He's not Jack. She muttered. Jack's dead. This place killed him. This damn place.
She struck at the wall with her fist and cried out at the pain in her cut fingers.
It's the boiler, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Danny says it's going to explode.
Good.
The word was uttered with dead finality.
I don't know if I can get down those stairs again. My ribs. He broke my ribs. Something on my back. It hurts.
You'll make it, Hal said. We'll all make it. But suddenly he remembered the hedge animals and wondered what they would do if they were guarding the way out. Then Danny was coming back. He had Wendy's boots and coat and gloves, and his own coat, also his own coat and gloves.
Danny, she said, your boots.
It's too late, he said. His eyes stared at them with a desperate kind of madness. He looked at Dick, and suddenly Halloran's mind was fixed with an image of a clock under a glass dome. The clock in the ballroom that had been donated by a Swiss diplomat in 1949. The hands of the clock were standing in a minute to midnight. Oh my God, Halloran said. Oh my dear God. She clapped an arm. He clapped an arm around Wendy and picked her up. He clapped the other arm around Danny. He ran for the stairs. Wendy shrieked in pain as he squeezed the bad ribs, as something in her back ground together, but Halloran did not slow. He plunged down the stairs with them in his arms, one eye wide and desperate, the other puffed shut to a slit. He looked like a one-eyed pirate abducting hostages to be ransomed later. Suddenly, the shine was on him, and he understood what Danny had meant when he said it was too late. He could feel the explosion getting ready to rumble up from the basement and tear the guts out of this horrid place. He ran faster, bolting headlong across the lobby toward the double doors. It hurried across the basement and into the feeble yellow glow of the furnace room's only light. It was slobbering with fear. It had been so close to having the boy and the boy's remarkable power. It could not lose now. It must not happen. It would dump the boiler and then chastise the boy very harshly. Mustn't happen, he cried. Oh no, mustn't happen. It stumbled across the floor of the boiler, which glowed a dull red halfway up its long, tubular body. It was huffing and rattling and hissing off plumes of steam in 100 directions like a monster calliope. The pressure needle stood at the far end of the dial. No, it won't be allowed! The manager/caretaker cried. It laid its jacked Torrance hands on the valve, unmindful of the burning smell which arose, or the searing of the flesh as the red-hot wheel sank in as if in a mud rut. The wheel gave. With a triumphant scream, the thing spun it wide open. A giant roar of escaping steam bellowed out of the boiler, a dozen dragons hissing in concert. But before the steam obscured the pressure needle entirely, the needle had visibly begun to swing back. I win! It cried. It capered obscenely in the hot, rising mist, waving its flaming hands over its head. Not too late! I win! Not too late! Not too late! Not! Words turned into a shriek of triumph, and the shriek was swallowed in a shattering roar as the Overlook's boiler exploded. Halloran burst out through the double doors and carried the two of them through the trench in the big snowdrift on the porch. He saw the hedge animals clearly, more clearly than before, and even as he realized his worst fears were true, that they were between the porch and the snowmobile, the hotel exploded. It seemed to him that it happened all at once, though later he knew that couldn't have been the way it happened. There was a flat explosion, a sound that seemed to exist on one low, all-pervasive note. And then was a blast of warm air at their backs that seemed to push gently at them. They were thrown from the porch on its breath, the three of them, and a confused thought. This is what Superman must feel like. Slipped through Halloran's mind as they flew through the air. He lost his hold on them, and when he struck the snow in a soft billow, it was down his shirt and up his nose, and he was dimly aware that it felt good on his hurt cheek. Then he struggled to the top of it. For that moment, not thinking about the hedge animals or Wendy Torrance or even the boy. He rolled over on his back so he could watch it die. The Overlook's windows shattered. In the ballroom, the dome over the mantelpiece clock cracked, split in two places, and fell to the floor. The clock stopped ticking. Cogs and gears and balance wheel all became motionless. There was a whispered, sighing noise, and a great billow of dust. In 217, the bathtub suddenly split in two, letting out a small flood of greenish, noxious-smelling water. In the presidential suite, the wallpaper suddenly burst into flames. The batwing doors of the Colorado Lounge suddenly snapped their hinges and fell to the dining room floor. Beyond the basement arch, the great piles and stacks of old papers caught fire and went up with a blowtorch hiss. Boiling water rolled over the flames, but did not quench them. Like burning autumn leaves below a wasp's nest, they whirled and blackened. The furnace exploded, shattering the basement's roof beams, sending them crashing down like the bones of a dinosaur. The gas jet, which had fed the furnace, unstoppered now, rose up in a bellowing pylon of flame through the riven floor of the lobby. The carpeting on the stair risers caught, racing up to the first floor level as if to tell dreadful good news. A fusillade of explosions ripped the place. The chandelier in the dining room, a 200-pound crystal bomb, fell with a splintering crash, knocking tables every which way. Flame belched out of the Overlook's 5 chimneys at the breaking clouds. No, mustn't! It shrieked, but now it was voiceless, and it was only screaming panic and doom and damnation in its own ears, dissolving, losing thought and will, the webbing falling apart, searching, not finding, going out to flame, going out to emptiness, nothingness, crumbling. The party was over. All right, we are at the end of chapter 56, and the end of the Overlook Hotel. I think, so there's two chapters left. We've got an ad that's due in about 7 minutes, but I think the play here is we'll run the ad early, so we can get the last 2 chapters in one stretch, and then have some time to chat after we finish up, talk about what we're going to be reading next, have some thoughts on the book. So, let's go ahead and take a short break, top up our drinks, get something to freshen us up, and then we will be back in just a little bit for the final 2 chapters of The Shining, as soon as we're back from this break. Thanks! Alright, we are back. And I made a fresh drink, something that's a little bit more on the refreshing side, because I will be honest. The shouting and growling of the end of the Overlook has done a number on my throat. So we're switching over to a highball, which is actually incredibly refreshing. Just, honestly, it's just a whole lot of ice, a little bit of whiskey, and some tonic water. And you know what? It does the job. Alright, let's get through these last two chapters. And see the end of The Shining, the end of the Overwatch Hotel. And, or the Overlook Hotel. Overwatch. I guess if I'm thinking of something evil that starts with an over, I get the Overlook, Overwatch. You know, take your pick. Alright. Chapter 57. Exit. The roar shook the whole facade of the hotel. Glass belched out onto the snow and twinkled there like jagged diamonds. The hedge dog, which had been approaching Danny and his mother, recoiled away from it, its green and shadowed marbled ears flattening, its tail coming down between its leg and its haunches flattened abjectly. In his head, Halloran heard it whine fearfully, and mixed with that sound was the fearful, confused yowling of the big cats. He struggled to his feet to go to the other two and help them, and as he did so, he saw something more nightmarish than all the rest. The hedge rabbit, still coated with snow, was battering itself crazily at the chain-link fence at the far end of the playground, and the steel mesh was jingling with a kind of nightmare music, like a spectral zither. Even from here, you could hear the sounds of the close-set twigs and branches which made up its body cracking and crunching like breaking bones. "Dick! Dick!" Danny cried out. He was trying to support his mother, help her over to the snowmobile. The clothes he had carried out for the two of them were scattered between where they had fallen and where they now stood. Halloran was suddenly aware that the woman was in her nightclothes, Danny jacketless, and it was no more than 10 above zero. My God, she's in her bare feet. He struggled back through the snow, picking up her coat, her boots, Danny's coat, odd gloves, then he ran back to them, plunging hip deep in the snow from time to time, having to flounder his way out. Wendy was horribly pale, the side of her neck coated with blood that was now freezing. I can't," she muttered. She was no more than semi-conscious. "No, I can't. Sorry." Danny looked up at Halloran pleadingly. "Gonna be okay," Halloran said, and gripped her again. "Come on." Three of them made it to where the snowmobile had slewed around and stalled out. Halloran sat the woman down on the passenger seat and put her coat on. He lifted her feet up. They were very cold, but not frozen yet, and rubbed them briskly with Danny's jacket before putting on her boots. Wendy's face was alabaster pale, her eyes half-lidded and dazed, but she had begun to shiver. Halloran thought that was a good sign. Behind them, a series of 3 explosions rocked the hotel. Orange flashes lit the snow. Danny put his mouth close to Halloran's ear and screamed something. "What?" "I said, do you need that?" The boy was pointing at the red gas can that leaned at an angle in the snow. "Guess we do." He picked it up and sloshed it. Still gas in there. He couldn't tell how much. He attached the can to the back of the snowmobile, fumbling the job several times before getting it right because his fingers were going numb. For the first time, he became aware that he'd lost Howard Cottrell's mittens. "I got out of this. I'm going to have my sister knit you a new pair, Howie. Knit you a dozen pair, Howie." "Get on!" Halloran shouted at the boy. Danny shrank back. "We'll freeze!" "Yeah, we have to go around to the equipment shed. There's stuff in there. Blankets, stuff like that. Get on behind your mother." Danny got on. and Halloran twisted his head so he could shout into Wendy's face, "Mrs. Torrance, hold on to me, you understand? Hold on!" She put her arms around him and rested her cheek against his back. Halloran started the snowmobile and turned the throttle delicately so they would start up without a jerk. The woman had the weakest sort of grip on him. And if she shifted backward, her weight would tumble both her and the boy off. They began to move. He brought the snowmobile around in a circle, and then they were traveling west, parallel to the hotel. Halloran cut in more to circle around behind it to the equipment shed. They had a momentarily clear view of the overlooked lobby. The gas flame coming up through the shattered floor was like a giant birthday candle, fierce yellow at its heart and blue around its flickering edges. In that moment, it seemed only to be lighting, not destroying. They could see the registration desk with its silver bell, the credit card decals, the old-fashioned scrolled cash register, the small figured throw rugs, the high-backed chairs, horsehair hassocks. Danny could see the small sofa by the fireplace where the three nuns had sat on the day they had come up, closing day. But this was the real closing day. Then the drift on the porch blotted the view. A moment later, they were skirting the west side of the hotel. It was still light enough to see without the snowmobile's headlight. Both upper stories were flaming now, and pennants of flame shot out the windows. The gleaming white paint had begun to blacken and peel. The shutters, which had covered the presidential suite's picture window, shutters Jack had carefully fastened as per instructions in mid-October, now hung in flaming brands, exposing the wide and shattered darkness behind them like a toothless mouth yawing in a final, silent death rattle. Wendy had pressed her face against Halloran's back to cut out the wind, and Danny had likewise pressed his face against his mother's back. And so, it was only Halloran who saw the final thing, and he never spoke of it. From the window of the presidential suite, he thought he saw a huge, dark shape issue, blotting out the snowfield behind it. For a moment, it assumed the shape of a huge, obscene manta, and then the wind seemed to catch it, to tear it and shred it like old dark paper. It fragmented, was caught in a whirling eddy of smoke, and a moment later it was gone. As if it had never been. But in those few seconds, as it whirled blackly, dancing like negative motes of light, he remembered something from his childhood, 50 years ago or more. He and his brother had come upon a huge nest of ground wasps, just north of their farm. It had been tucked into a hollow between the earth and an old lightning-blasted tree. His brother had had a big old chaser in the band of his hat, saved all the way from the 4th of July. I'm sorry. Is that like a firecracker? Or what? I'm not even gonna try. Not even gonna try. Saved all the way from the 4th of July. He had lighted it and tossed it at the nest. It had exploded with a loud bang, and an angry rising hum, almost a low shriek, had risen from the blasted nest. They had run away as if demons had been at their heels. In a way, Halloran supposed that demons had been. Hi, Simba. Yes. What's up, buddy? And looking back over his shoulder, as he was now, he had on that day seen a large, black, dark cloud of hornets rising in the hot air, swirling together, breaking apart, looking for whatever enemy had done this to their home. Okay. That's just a randomly, incredibly racist name for a thing.
that has no business being such. I guess it's a sign of the times, but that's just like the casual racism that comes up, and you wonder, what the hell? What the hell? You know what? Let's just take it. In a way, Halloran supposed that the demons had been, and looking back over his shoulder as he was now, he had on that day seen a large dark cloud of hornets rising in the hot air, swirling together, breaking apart, looking for whatever enemy had done this to their home, so that they, the single group intelligence, could sting it to death. Then the thing in the sky was gone, and it might have only been smoke or a great flapping swatch of wallpaper after all. There was only the overlook, a flaming pyre in the roaring throat of the night. Yeah, the casual racism is one of those things that I'm glad that for the most part we've moved past. We've got a drop in connection here. As soon as it comes back, I'll make a comment on that and my own personal experience there. But I just would like for us to stop dropping frames for a moment and make a comment there, because we are at a page break, or not a page break, a break in the action here. All right, yeah, so as I was saying, the casual racism. Sometimes it hits a lot closer to home than is even imaginably comfortable. I still remember as a boy, I'm sure you're all aware of, you're all familiar with the phrase jerry rig. Well, my first experience with that was my grandfather in not jerry rigging, no, a certain specific N-word that we will always skip over in this channel. That sort of rig. Yeah, exactly. That was standard operating procedure, and like that's just what my grandfather said when you do something slapdash. Yeah, like ain't no way in hell I'm getting anywhere close to that. Oh damn, yeah, that'll do it too. Man, one drop rule is some fucking bullshit too. I know things are getting worse these days, like we're backsliding, but we haven't gone that far back yet. So we can still look back on those days as the bad old days. We can just hope that we don't backslide that far. I think a lot of it is the targeted groups of the casual hate have shifted. Yes, there's still a deep-seated sort of dislike and hatred going toward all marginalized groups right now, but the main focus and drive has shifted to even smaller groups, those less able to defend themselves. That's why all this nonsense about the trans agenda, the trans as being the trans as being a terrorist grouping, and that's all just smoke and mirrors. Exactly. Yeah. Once you move on to one group and erode that, they go to the next, and it's just a never-ending cycle. They start from the weakest at any point. Whenever someone's in power, they go to the weakest group that they can bully, erode that, and then they think, okay, we had our wins here. Let's go to the next ones. Carry on and carry on and carry on. Used to be it'd be a pendulum swinging back and forth. You go a little bit further to the left on each swing, but you'd still backslide. Now that pendulum it doesn't even balance out. It doesn't move forward. It's going back with small little hiccups of trying to make up lost ground. Ah, fucking hell. We need to finish this book. Got side-railed and I've been drinking too much. Alright.
There was a key to the equipment shed's padlock on his keyring, but Halloran saw there would be no need to use it. The door was ajar, the padlock hanging open on its hasp.
I can't go in there,
Danny whispered. That's okay. You stay with your mom. Used to be a pile of old horse blankets, probably all moth-eaten by now, but better than freezing to death. Mrs. Torrance, you still with us?
I don't know,
The wan voice answered.
I think so.
Good. I'll be just a second.
Go back as quick as you can, Danny whispered. Please!
Halloran nodded. He had trained the headlamp on the door, and now he floundered through the snow, casting a long shadow in front of himself. He pushed the equipment shed door open and stepped in. The horse blankets were still in the corner, by the roke set. He picked up 4 of them. They smelled musty and old, and the moths certainly had had been having a free lunch. And then he paused. One of the roke mallets was gone. Was that what he hit me with? Well, it didn't matter what he'd been hit with, did it? Still, his fingers went to the side of his face and began to explore the huge lump there. $600 worth of dental work, undone at a single blow. After all, maybe he didn't hit me with one of those. One got lost, or stolen, and took for a souvenir after all. It didn't matter. No one was going to be playing roke here next summer, or any summer in the foreseeable future. No, it really didn't matter. Yeah, honestly, $600 is like a filling now. Christ almighty. No, it didn't really matter. Except that looking at the racked mallet with the single missing member had a kind of fascination. He found himself thinking of the hard wooden whack of the mallet head striking the round wooden ball. A nice, summery sound, watching it skitter across the bone, blood, gravel. It conjured up images of bone, blood, iced tea, porch swings, ladies in white straw hats, the hum of mosquitoes, and bad little boys who don't play by the rules. All that stuff, sure. Nice game. Out of style now, but nice.
Dick?
The voice was thin, frantic, and, he thought, rather unpleasant.
Are you all right, Dick? Come out now, please.
Come out now. The master calling you all. His hand closed tightly around one of the mallet handles, liking its feel. Spare the rod, spoil the child. His eyes went blank in the flickering, fire-shot darkness. Really? It would be doing them both a favor. She was messed up, in pain, and most of it, all of it, was that damn boy's fault, sure. He'd left his own daddy in there to burn. When he thought of it, damn close to murder. Patricide was what they called it. Pretty goddamn low.
Mr. Halloran?
Her voice was low, weak, querulous. He didn't much like the sound of it.
Dick!
The boy was sobbing now in terror. Halloran drew the mallet from the rack and turned toward the flood of white light from the snowmobile headlamp. His feet scratched unevenly over the boards of the equipment shed, like the feet of a clockwork toy had been wound up and set in motion. Suddenly he stopped, looked wonderingly at the mallet in his hands, and asked himself with rising horror what it was he'd been thinking of doing. Murder? Had he been thinking of murder? For a moment, his entire mind seemed filled with an angry, weakly hectoring voice. Do it! Do it, you weak weed! The weak need no balls! Kill them! Kill them both! Then he flung the mallet behind him with a whispered, terrified cry. It clattered into the corner where the horse blankets had been. One of the two heads pointed toward him in an unspeakable invitation. He fled. Danny was sitting on the snowmobile seat, and Wendy was holding him weakly.
His face was shiny with tears. He was shaking as if with ague. Between his clicking teeth, he said, Where were you? We were scared. It's a good place to be scared of, Halloran said slowly. Even if that place burned flat to the foundation, you'll never get me within 100 miles of here again. Here, Miss Dorrance. Wrap these around you. I'll help you. I'll help. You too, Danny. Get yourself looking like an Arab. He swirled two of the blankets around Wendy, fashioning one of them into a hood to cover her head, and helped Danny tie his so they wouldn't fall off. Now, hold on for dear life, he said. We got a long way to go. The worst is behind us now. He circled the equipment shed and then pointed the snowmobile back along their trail. The overlook was a torch now, flaming at the sky. Great holes had eaten into its sides, and there was a red hell inside, waxing and waning. Snowmelt ran down the charred gutters in steaming waterfalls. They purred down the front lawn. Their way well lit, snow dunes glowed scarlet. Look! Danny shouted as Halloran slowed for the front gate. He was pointing toward the playground. The hedge creatures were all in their original positions, but they were denuded, blackened, seared. Their dead branches were a stark interlacing network in the fire glow, their small leaves scattered around their feet like fallen petals. They're dead! And he screamed in hysterical triumph. Dead! They're dead! Shh. And he said, All right, honey. It's all right. Hey, Doc, Howard said. Let's get someplace warm. You ready? Yes, Danny whispered. I've been ready so long. Halloran edged through the gap between the gate and post. A moment later, they were on the road, pointing back toward Sidewinder. The sound of the snowmobile's engine dwindled until it was lost in the ceaseless roar of the wind. It rattled through the denuded branches of the hedge animals with a low, beating, desolate sound. The fire waxed and waned. Sometime after the sound of the snowmobile's engine had disappeared, the overlook's roof caved in. First the west wing, then the east, and seconds later the central roof. A huge spiraling gout of sparks and flaming debris rushed up into the howling winter night. A bundle of flaming shingles and a wad of hot flashing were wafted in through the open equipment shed by the door by the wind. After a while, the shed began to burn too. They were still 20 miles from Sidewinder, and Halloran stopped to pour the rest of the gas into the snowmobile's tank. He was getting very worried about Wendy Torrance, who seemed to be drifting away from them. There was still so far to go. Dick! Danny cried. He was standing up on the seat, pointing. Dick, look there! The snow had stopped, and a silver dollar moon had peeked out through the raftering clouds. Far down the road, but coming toward them, coming toward the series of S-shaped switchbacks, was a pearly chain of lights. The wind dropped for a moment, and Halloran heard the faraway buzzing snarl of snowmobile engines. Halloran and Danny and Wendy reached them 15 minutes later. They brought extra clothes and brandy and Dr. Edmonds. And the long darkness was over. All right, that's the end of the book proper. The end of the Overlook Hotel. The end of Jack Torrance. Well, to be real, the end of Jack Torrance came a few chapters back. But at the end of the day, Halloran came through. Kind of surprising, honestly. I was half expecting him to get knocked off and that hope to be doused completely. But I guess King is not entirely sadistic here. You gotta leave that little flickering hope alive. Otherwise, you're not gonna be able to get a sequel in, right? Alright, we have one chapter remaining, the epilogue. So, let's get through and see how this wraps up. Chapter 58,
Epilogue. Summer. After he had finished checking over the salads his understudy had made and peeked in on the home-baked beans they were using as appetizers this week, Halloran untied his apron, hung it on a hook, and slipped out the back door. He had maybe 45 minutes before he had to crank up for dinner in earnest. The name of this place was the Red Arrow Lodge. It was buried in the western Maine mountains, 30 miles from the town of Rangeley. It was a good gig, Halloran thought. The trade wasn't too heavy, it tipped well, and so far, there hadn't been a single meal sent back. Not bad at all, considering the season was nearly half over. He threaded his way between the outdoor bar and swimming pool, although why anyone want to use the pool with the lake so handy he would never know. Crossed to Greensward, where a party of 4 was playing croquet and laughing, and crested a mild ridge. Pines took over here, and the wind soughed pleasantly through them, carrying the aroma of fir and sweet rosin. On the other side, a number of cabins with views of the lake were placed discreetly among the trees. The last one was the nicest, and Halloran had reserved it for a party of 2, back in April, when he had gotten this gig. The woman was sitting on the porch in a rocking chair, a book in her hands. Halloran was struck again by the change in her. Part of it was the stiff, almost formal way she sat, in spite of her informal surroundings. That was the back brace, of course. She'd had a shattered vertebra, as well as 3 broken ribs and some internal injuries. The back was the slowest healing, and she was still in the brace, hence the formal posture. But the change was more than that. She looked older, and some of the laughter had gone out of her face. Now, as she sat reading her book, Halloran saw a grave sort of beauty there that had been missing on the day he had first met her, some 9 months ago. Then she had still been mostly girl. Now, she was a woman. A human being who'd been dragged around to the dark side of the moon and come back, able to put the pieces back together again. But those pieces, Halloran thought, they never fit just the same way again. Never in this world. She heard his step and looked up, closing her book.
Dick, hi!
She started to rise, and a little grimace of pain crossed her face. No, nope, don't get up, he said. I don't stand on no ceremony, unless it's white tie and tails. She smiled as she came up the steps and sat down next to her on the porch.
How's it going?
Pretty fair, he admitted. You try the shrimp creole tonight. You're gonna like it.
That's a deal.
Where's Danny?
Right down there.
She pointed, and Halloran saw a small figure sitting at the end of the dock. He was wearing jeans rolled up to the knee and a red striped shirt. Farther out on the cold water, a bobber floated. Every now and then, Danny would reel it in, examine the sinker and hook below it, and toss it out again. He's getting brown, Halloran said.
Yes, very brown.
She looked at him fondly. He took out a cigarette, tamped it, lit it. The smoke wafted away lazily in the sunny afternoon. What about those dreams you've been having?
Better,
He said.
Only 1 this week. It used to be every night, sometimes 2 and 3 times. The explosions, the hedges, and most of all, you know.
Yeah. He's going to be okay, Winnie. She looked at him.
Willie? I wonder.
Halloran nodded. You and him, he'll come back. Different, maybe, but okay. You ain't what you were, you two. But that isn't necessarily bad. They were silent for a while. Wendy moving the rocking chair back and forth a little. Halloran with his feet up on the porch rail smoking. A little breeze came up, pushing its secret way through the pines, but barely ruffling Wendy's hair. She'd cut it short.
I've decided to take Al, Mr. Shotley, up on his offer, she said.
Halloran nodded. It sounds like a good job. Something you can get interested in. When do you start?
Right after Labor Day. When Danny and I leave here, we'll be going on to Maryland to look for a place. It was really the Chamber of Commerce brochure that convinced me. You know, it looks like a nice town to raise a kid in. And I'd like to be working again before we dig too deeply into the insurance money Jack left. There's still over $40,000. I'd send Danny to college with enough left over to get him a start, if it's invested right.
Halloran nodded. Your mom? She looked at him and smiled wanly.
I think Maryland is far enough.
You won't forget old friends, will you?
Danny wouldn't let me. Go on down to see him. He's been waiting all day.
Well, so have I. He stood up and hitched his cook's whites to the hips. The two of you are going to be okay. Can't you feel it? She looked up at him, and this time, her smile was warmer.
Yes,
she took his hand and kissed it.
Sometimes, I think I can.
Shrimp Creole, he said, moving the step. Don't forget.
I won't.
He walked down the sloping, graveled path that led to the dock, and then out beyond the weather-beaten boards to the end, where Danny sat, with his feet in the clear water. Beyond, the lake widened out, mirroring the pines along its verge. The terrain was mountainous around here, but the mountains were old, rounded, and humbled by time. Halloran liked them just fine. Catch 'em much? Halloran said, sitting down next to him. He took off one shoe, then the other. With a sigh, he let his hot feet down into the cool water.
No, but I had a nibble a little while ago.
We'll take a boat out tomorrow morning. Got to get out in the middle if you want to catch and eating fish, my boy. Out yonder's where the big ones lay.
How big?
Oh, Halloran shrugged. Oh, sharks, marlins, whales, that sort of thing.
There aren't any whales.
No blue whales. No, of course not. These ones here are under no more than 80 feet. Pink whales.
How could they get here from the ocean?
Halloran put a hand on the boy's reddish gold hair and rumpled it. They swim upstream, my boy. That's how.
Really?
Really. They were silent for a time, looking out over the stillness of the lake. Halloran just thinking. When he looked at back at Danny, he saw his eyes filled with tears. Putting an arm around him, he said, "What's this?"
Nothing, Danny whispered.
You're missing your dad, aren't you? Danny nodded.
You always know.
One of the tears spilled from the corner of his right eye and trickled slowly down his cheeks. We can't have any secrets, Halloran agreed. It's just how it is. Looking at his pole, Danny said,
Sometimes I wish it'd been me. It was my fault. All my fault.
Halloran said, You don't like to talk about it around your mom, do you?
No. She wants to forget it ever happened. So do I, but
you can't.
No.
Do you need to cry? The boy tried to answer, but the words were swallowed in a sob. He leaned his head against Halloran's shoulder and wept. The tears now flooding down his face, Halloran held him and said nothing. The boy would have to shed his tears again and again, he knew. It was Danny's luck that he was still young enough to be able to do that. The tears that heal are also the tears that scald and scourge. When he had quieted a little, Halloran said, You're going to get over this. You don't think you are right now, but you will. You got the shot.
I wish I didn't.
And choked. His voice was still thick with tears.
I wish I didn't have it.
But you do, Halloran said quietly. For better or worse, you don't get no say, little boy. But the worst is over. You can use it to talk to me when things get rough. If they get too rough, you just call me and I'll come.
Even if I'm down in Maryland?
Even then. They were quiet, watching Danny's bobber drift around 30 feet out from the end of the dock. Then Danny said, almost too low to be heard,
You'll be my friend?
As long as you want me. The boy held him tight and Halloran hugged him.
Danny, you listen to me. I'm going to talk to you about it this once and never again this same way. There's some things no 6-year-old boy in the world should ever have to be told. But the way things should be and the way things are hardly ever get together. The world's a hard place, Danny. It don't care. It don't hate you and me, but it don't love us. And it don't love us either. Terrible things happen in the world. There are things no one can explain. Good people die in bad, painful ways. Leave folks that love them all alone. Sometimes it seems like it's only the bad people who stay healthy and prosper. The world don't love you, but your mama does. So do I. You're a good boy. You grieve for your daddy. When you feel you have to cry over what happened to him, you go into a closet or under your covers and cry until it's all out to you again. That's what a good son has to do. But see that you get on. That's your job in this hard world. Keep your love alive. See that you get on, no matter what. Pull your act together and just go on. All right. And he whispered, I'll come see you again next summer if you want. If you don't mind. Next summer, I'm going to be 7. And I'll be 62. And I'm going to hug your brains out your ears. Well, let's finish one summer before we get on with the next. Okay. He looked at Halloran. Dick? Huh? You won't die for a long time, will you? I'm sure not studying on it. You? No, sir. You got a bite, sonny. He pointed. The red and white bobber had ducked under. It came up again, glistening, and then went under again. Hey! And Danny gulped. Wendy had come down and now joined them, standing and back at Danny. What is it? She asked. Pickerel? No, ma'am, Hal said. I believe that's a pink whale. The tip of the fishing rod bent. Danny pulled it back, and a long fish, rainbow-colored, flashed up in a sunny, wrinkled parabola and disappeared again. Danny reeled, frantically gulping. Help me, Dick! I got him! Help me! Halloran laughed. You're doing fine all by yourself, little man. I don't know if it's a pink whale or a trout, but it'll do. It'll do just fine. They put an arm around Danny's shoulders, and the boy reeled the fish in, little by little. Wendy sat down on Danny's other side, and the three of them sat on the end of the dock in the afternoon sun. All right, and that brings us to the end of The Shining. Now, there's a preview to the follow-up book, the Dr. Sleep here, but I don't think we'll be reading the preview chapter, the excerpt, because we might just read the book at some point, and I'm not one for spoilers. Not at all. So, let's go ahead and get out of our reading nook here, and we'll have a bit of a chat. So, this was a lot of fun. I liked this. It was not really in my general selection of things. As I've mentioned a few times, I'm not really one for horror, whether it be movies or books, but I do find that horror-style books hit differently. And really, most horror movies are just like slash and gore. You're like, okay, whatever, fine. This is just good old-fashioned thriller and action sequences and things like that. A little bit of psychological horror of the descent into madness, but that's a little bit more tolerable. And King did it very, very well, very tastefully. It was a lot of fun. I liked it. The resolution was good. There wasn't, like, there were actual losses. There was a cost to making it out alive. We could see it in Wendy and obviously in the loss of Jack. So, it's not like the events had no meaning. Yes, life in the world moves on, but yeah. Yeah, I think that is a good thing. For like, when King is good, he's very good.
It does drag in some points, and there's certain parts and certain bits and pieces where it's like, I don't know about that. But when he's on a roll, it's really very good. Yeah, exactly. The horror lit works in a very different way. In horror films, it's a lot more, they show what is going to get a reaction. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't do gore porn, just like Star says. But a good thriller or psychological horror like this is a good read. When you feel the mind fraying at the edges, it's good writing. You can feel it, and it resonates with your soul. In a horror movie, you're just waiting for a teenager to get stabbed to death. Okay. I do like how this ended on an up note. Oh lordy, 12 years old and that's a lot of book for a 12-year-old, honestly. I won't say too much because I think that was around the time that I was reading like Tolkien, and I think at 12 I might have pulled out my dad's old copy of like Battlefield Earth. That was a long book. Not nearly as good as Tolkien, but let's be real. Oh wow, that's way young to be reading the Odyssey. Not that it's inappropriate, just it's ambitious for a fifth grader. I think the Odyssey, when it was assigned reading for us, was, I think it was our ninth grade honors class was when we read the Odyssey. But that was a different sort. When you're at ninth grade, you're really learning how to dissect reading and writing and having an idea of what you dig into authorial intent, you dig into symbolism and things like that. When you're reading it earlier, you can read it for just the plot. I will say this was my first king, so that was fun. For some reason, it's just never come up. There's so much other things to read that it just hadn't struck me as being what to grab for. That is good. That is very good. When I was young, we'd go to the library a lot, but we sort of fell out of it for a while when we moved a little, just far enough away. You know how it is, you move out into the suburbs and there's not a conveniently close library. Or the one that is relatively close is not nearly as nice. When I was very young, I would grow up and there was the public library was downtown. It was the city library. And it was great. I loved it. Multiple floors, like the sections, you walk through the stacks and it's just, there's something about a good library. But it's been a long time. It's been a long time. The suburb libraries are not nearly as exciting. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. When King is good, he's very good. And to his credit, he has more hits than most people, especially given his incredible volume of work. Man writes like it's a job. It is a job, but all the same, so many authors will have a couple hits and then just peter off, never finish a series or never write anything else again. And yeah, you give it to King. You look at King, you look at Sanderson. These guys will churn out books. And what they churn out is usually good. So, fuck it. Ball on. Let's go. Let's just go.
Mm. Yeah, like, so I know King has like the two specific periods. There were the cocaine years and the post-cocaine years. And I understand in the cocaine years reading a lot. But in the post, he didn't drop off. Man got off stimulants and still was putting out numbers. Like, what the hell? And yeah, Sanderson is hit or miss. He's a good author. I enjoy Sanderson a lot. Mistborn was good, and the magic system, you're right, it's hit or miss. The main protagonist of the first 3 books being just like she fits very easily into the Chosen One sort of style, which is kind of annoying sometimes because she can just do everything. Hooray! Not really such a Mary Sue, but kind of, if you know. But it played out well. I think the first one was the better of the 3, and I never really even got around to reading the follow-up series of them. But that's just the nature of things. But a lot of his like one-offs are great. I've read a couple of the books of his the Way of King series, and that's good too. I know that's he's trying to make that into his magnum opus, and good on him. I did read his finale to the Wheel of Time series, which was reasonably good. You're always have your hands tied when you're co-writing or finishing a posthumous author's work. So it's not quite in his style, but it is in his style. It's weird. I do think if Wheel of Time is just nerd homework, everyone should read it if you consider yourself a fantasy fan. Yeah, they did the best they could. And they had the benefit of the author had left prodigious notes and outlined everything. It was gonna do they could. Like they were given all the tools they needed. And they did a good work. It wrapped up satisfactorily. I won't say it was the best ending, but honestly, with the way Jackson was leading up to in the previous few books, I don't think there was gonna be a good ending. If he hadn't died, I would have expected that story to have gone on for another 3 or 4 books past what we got, just by virtue of not knowing how to write an ending. It's very common with fantasy writers that are reading a lot. Yeah, exactly. The fact that we got anything was great. Yeah, and so Carrie, Salem's Lot, and Shining is your first 3 books, and all 3 being absolute bangers is insane. We've had a string of incredible authors that have had fantastic debuts in our Unarchived series. We start with Tolkien, who, as we'll all know, pretty much just wrote home runs. And then we went off to Hyperion. And that won awards and was the first time that he'd even tried to write sci-fi. And now we've got King, which boom, 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 all in a sequence right at the start. And this is the start of his career. Like, holy shit. Like, where do we go from here? There have been some suggestions, and I know when I was polling for requests on what to read next, we had a lot of things for, a lot of suggestions for what to read next, but they had been modern works, so obviously not in the public domain. But now that we are done with The Shining, we are open to another modern book for our Saturdays. What do we do next? Do we cycle back to Tolkien? Do we do a cycle of 3? We do fantasy, sci-fi, something else, and loop? Or do we want to expand the cycle? I don't know. I don't know. We've got so many options. That is the problem with our format, is there's always so many more books than there is time. We only have so much time, and this one took us, 2 months to get through? Not that I'm complaining, I enjoyed that quite a lot. But, exactly, the best and worst problem is there's so much to read. There's never enough hours. Never, 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 never. But, it does give us some options. I've been toying with the idea. I grew up with Anne McCaffrey, Dragon Riders of Pern, and that was one of my favorite authors and series. So maybe we'll approach her at some point, take some of her original 3 books or so, and go from there. Maybe we'll go back to Tolkien. Maybe we'll shift gears and do something else. I don't know. I got a week to decide until we come up with something else. That is, having a timer is... Yes! Anne McCaffrey is so great. Like, not even through the lens of women writers, just in authors in general. She's so good. So good. Oh. And then I got a lot of other options. Our Saturdays are a little weird by virtue of they stretch out over the course of sometimes multiple months. So, as you may or may not be aware, well, I mean, you should be aware, but June is Pride Month. And as such, I do my best to give representation to people that fit the bill. Right now in our regular reading, we're reading Walt Whitman, Leaves of Grass. Very, very good and incredibly optimistic. So uplifting, honestly. But given our Saturdays stretch on so far, we obviously can't start and finish something within this month. But that's fine. So maybe we take the chance, since we're going to be having, 2 more Saturdays in June? I think. Yeah, 2 more Saturdays in June. To read something from an LGBT author, or on LGBT subjects. In observation, respect of, etc., etc., etc. We do our best to provide awareness wherever we can, and creativity comes from all corners. Especially, I mean, shit. They always say the artist needs to suffer for their art, and who suffers more than LGBT folks? So, let's have that in consideration. So that's an idea. I know we were given some... I pulled Bluesky a while back and had a couple very good options. We could go Ursula Le Guin. I think Left Hand of Darkness is extremely LGBT coded. So there's options there. So yes, that's I may be the most boring white male cis-coded dude you'll ever meet, but I will go out of my way to give awareness to our friends who are not so blessed. Or blessed in their own way, I should say, but by society, not so blessed. And fuck society. Fuck society. Especially these days. Jesus fucking Christ. So, we'll see. As always, I'm just going to say, let's open up to suggestions. If anyone has anything they want us to read, what we want to share next, we have finished a fantasy. We've finished a sci-fi. We've now finished a horror. So, at this point, I think it's safe we can go back to any genre. Although maybe not 2 horror in a row, let's be honest. But we can go to just about any genre. So if anyone has anything that they want to read, anything they want to share, a modern favorite, something that has maybe formed their own worldview, or their own love of literature, if you've read it and want to share it, or something you've been meaning to read, drop me a line.
I'm all ears. I'll otherwise try and come up with something. Well, we always do. But I always love hearing suggestions. And we'll do what we can to involve the community and have fun together. That's why we do this. So, this has been Stephen King's The Shining. A fantastic, fantastic book. Outside of my usual comfort zone, but I have had a lot of fun with it. And I thank you for the recommendations as we went through it. I don't think this one had been specifically suggested, but it was firmly suggested that I go into horror. And when I thought of horror, King was the first author that came to mind. And when you think of King, you think of The Shining and Carrie and things like that. So that's where we landed. But this was a lot of fun. I enjoyed this right from the get-go. The build-up was kind of slow at the beginning, but it was setting the tone. And then really, the last 3 sessions or so, every session has been tense. Wasn't sure which direction it was going to go, how the resolution would happen. Just very good. Alright, so let's go ahead and wrap up here for tonight. And let's see, as always, I do prefer to raid into other readers. So let's see who we have that's available tonight. See if we can sort of join our communities over and find new friends or old friends that are reading and enjoying things tonight. That is a rerun of Wuthering Heights. I would prefer to have a live reader. If anyone ever has any suggestions for people to raid into, whether they be readers or not, I'm open to recommendations and suggestions, just to throw that out there. But let's see who we've got. Saturdays can be hit or miss. From the Waste is reading tonight. We raided into them a couple weeks ago. That was fun. Kind of a short list of readers tonight. Got some writers. Neon Honeybee, who we went to a few weeks ago, is reading Jane Eyre. You know what, let's go ahead and let's go off to From the Wastes. They have, I can't remember if they've rated into us or if we've just rated into him, but all the same, they are reading more of the Into the Blackwood, more horror stuff, which is fitting, and really altogether a good time to be had. I know he posts pretty regularly over on Bluesky, and we're generally of a mind. So let's go ahead and raid over, and we will be sure to give him our very best as he is getting into his reading, and hopefully we can enjoy some of this ourselves. We'll be back tomorrow with our continued reading of Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass. And as always, a reminder, we stream always on both YouTube and Twitch. So if you're over on the YouTube side, a subscription to the channel is really all we ask. A subscription and a like on the streams lets the algorithm know that we're up to some fun things and maybe send some new friends our way. If you're on Twitch, thanks for joining us. We have a rather budding community here, and we're growing and developing together. A follow is all I really ask. Just to keep tabs on what we're doing. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 Eastern. Until then, thank you very much for joining us. And I hope you have a lovely night, and I hope you've enjoyed our reading of Stephen King's The Shining. Let's go off now to From the Wastes for continued adventures in reading.